What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, April 29th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. Coming at you live from Amani Airport. Let's correct that, right? We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. What's the nice tune with pads? It's from this game that I keep on threatening to play on stream. Although I'm a political streamer, not a gaming streamer, so I know I'll be punished. I'll be punished. Is it Wednesday in Thailand? I'm so confused. Wait, what day is it? It's Tuesday? US time. Oh my god, I'm so confused, chat. I know I'm a day ahead of you. So I'm always trying to say a day before it is in my time. In Thai time. Yeah, you're right. It is Tuesday. God, I fucked that up, didn't I? I fucked it up. Heroes in a half shell? Are you in a fancy airline club? Does it seem like it? Does this seem like the, yeah, fancy airline club with the laundry basket in the shot? God damn it. What happened? Did I like zoom out or something? I feel like my shots like it somehow got a lot bigger. It's Tuesday. Tuesday, isn't it? Tuesday. Tuesday. I'm sorry, chat. I'll stop making fun of other English accents when I come from the most cringe English-speaking country of them all. That's right. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday here in Mexico. Mexico. I have no idea if I got the accent right on that one. Oh yeah, we're here. And we're covering something a little bit differently this time. I hope people appreciate that, right? Now, I'm not saying that we got an Ethan-free show because we only got through half of Ethan's like takedown of Frogan from yesterday, and I swear to God there was more stuff in there. So, I mean, that's at least on the bonus content for today, right? The crash out continues. I feel like I gotta leave that up there for the foreseeable future, because there's always more. Is that a Nintendo elf on the shelf? I mean, I've never thought of Waluigi that way, but you're not entirely wrong, Philip Blair. Yo, Morbert with a 10 stream watch streak. That is impressive. We got the weasels in chat over on Twitch. Those weasels actually move and have some animation. They got some motion. Right, those weasels have motion to them. I love TYT because, man, Ethan sucks. You love coverage of TYT, not TYT itself. I'm sure you're saying there, Ethan, like as opposed to Ethan Sisyphean. Technically, I'm working on anti-Ethan content. Nice. I mean, you know, we could use some more anti-Ethan content. Speaking of anti-Hasbro content, this is pure water, right? I got left this by my friend who just went back to the United States to take care of his ailing cat and his sick dad, right? But I don't know, is this somehow a Coke or Pepsi product? Somebody check on this to me if this. Oh my god, of course. The elf's name is Luigi? Yeah. Waluigi. See, like, okay, so like there's Luigi, right? You all know Luigi, like Ouija man, like the Ouija man, the squeegee man, Luigi, right? The guy, the green guy. And then there's Waluigi, which is if Luigi is in the wall, he turns purple. and the L turns upside down, I think. I'm making a remix of the Thank You Ethan Klein song. Nice. I don't even know about the history of that song. Is that a mic from PA? But yeah, somebody tell me if I'm breaking BDS by drinking this, okay? I just, I was gifted the water that my... This is like fucking Oregon Trail here. I don't know, I swear to God. Chat, it's not like Oregon Trail. Oregon Trail is literally settler colonialism. Oh my God, chat. I'm just doing gentrification, all right? Not settler colonialism. I hope to assimilate to this culture rather than trying to change it. Anyway, chat. But what I mean is that, like, the whole thing, like, you know, you find a wagon along the way that's like, you know, oh, look, there's a wagon that's broken down there. Wonder what happened to those travelers, right? Like, well, I guess I'll take their stuff, you know? If I didn't buy it, it didn't count. Yeah, but I still don't want to be, like, you know, anything I show on stream is kind of, it's a de facto, like, people, like, chat, it won't be long until companies try to pay me to get their products on my stream, so I don't want to give a free advertising to a Coke or Pepsi product if I can help it. Waluigi's name actually comes from Japanese Wario, which means evil. That's where Wario comes. Wario comes from Waryu, or Warui, which means evil, and that's where Wario comes from. I feel like I heard the story of how Waluigi was invented. Wasn't he invented for, like, Wii tennis or something? Was that what it was? It was like an actual, like, one of those Nintendo. You remember how Wii would have those games that they were like, oh no, video gaming used to be a sedentary activity until Wii came along, and now you got tennis, you got, you know, Zumba, you got a lot of active kind of games that you move around for. And well, I mean, I don't know. Do you move around with the Switch anymore? Not really. I guess they kind of gave that up. But it was innovative at the time. But I think that, like, yeah, he was from one of the tennis game, right? When they made they needed doubles, right? It's like a tennis game with doubles. And, like, who is Wario's double? Oh, I guess Waluigi, maybe. There's a whole ass story. Someone called Joey Keyboards, sorry, or something made a song using AI based on the original song. Oh, that was Thank You USA. Oregon Trail? I'm not gonna take his organs, chat. Yeah, could you just leave me your organs since you're going back to the US? What is wrong with me, chat? What is wrong with me? No, it's Survivor's Guild is what it is. No, I shouldn't speak like that. He's coming back, chat. He's coming back. He just has stuff to take care of in the US, and he gifted me with the stuff that he can't take back to the US, so I can't believe, wait, are we talking about the cops in Oklahoma? Yeah, wow, chat's talking about a lot of different things. But yeah, we're talking about a family that moved to Oklahoma, was then detained by, we don't really know who, right? They've identified themselves, depending on who it was, as like ICE agents, as FBI, or as U.S. Marshals, even though supposedly the U.S. Marshals have said we didn't have anybody out there. The FBI has said we didn't have anybody out there. But yeah, they served a warrant on a different group of people, right? So in other words, this family's moving into the house. There's somehow a warrant associated with the house, and they go ahead and serve that. They go ahead and detain the family that is moving into the house, right? And even after they figure out that this family that they've detained are not the people referred to in the warrant, they keep their life savings as evidence. Chat, we got an out of control set of lawless goons who should be worried about facing a truth and reconciliation committee, right? Who should be very worried that at some point, you know, their plea of just following orders is not going to be sufficient, right? I'm tired of worrying about consequences from Trump's thugs. I feel like they should be the ones worrying about consequences, right? I voted for TYT because Ethan sucks. I mean, that's based. Wait, we do have other stuff that's not Ethan. Oh, that's right. Olimey and friends are talking about the content cop. We got the group chat that ended democracy. Nobody wants to hear about that. It's just Mark Andreessen and friends. Hey, does one in chat if you know who Mark Andreessen is? I'm sure most of you do. But yeah, chat's buzzing about a lot of water in a glass is healthier. What? Oh, in glass. Wait, are you saying I should buy it in a glass bottle? Or are you saying I should pour it into glass? Because that's another thing that my friend gifted me when he left was a set of glasses. I wasn't gonna buy, like, I mean, I got like 3 or 4 glasses that come with the apartment. That's enough for me. But homie bought like 6 glasses, a set of dishware, an extra a really nice spoon and knife and a fork, right? And those are all mine, as well as a keyboard. I haven't shown you the keyboard, chat. Should I show you the keyboard? And again, I'm just joking around about the survivor's guilt stuff and stuff. It feels like that, right? He's the reason I came out here. You know, we're supposedly working on a YouTube channel together, although I will be the chat. How am I gonna film for a YouTube channel given the fact that I got no experience with camera work? I've just never done it. But anyway, chat, let me show you what I'm talking about. All right, and maybe you can tell me. Is this thing cool? See, like, he was all ready to just start up a little business out here, just start up a little YouTube channel about travel, and you know, and you know, honestly, I think the channel should be geared towards people trying to get out of the U.S. and looking at Thailand as a potential option, which I have found, you know, to be a pretty agreeable option. You know, myself, I feel like the attitude towards trans people, for instance, here is night and day. It's not perfect. You know, identity doesn't really work exactly the same way, you know, here, that it isn't thought of in the same way as in the US. But as far as acceptance of queer people, of trans people, etc., or even just gender fluidity, like gender fluidity is in the freaking language, right? If you like, look, there's 2 ways that you say, you know, hello, right? You can say, sawadee krap, right? If you're feeling masculine, or you can say sawadee ka, right? And you know, there's no sort of rule about like, okay, now you can't say sawadee ka, like, right? It's just kind of it's almost like there's a self-identification built into the language, instead of relying on other people to, like, you know, to decode your gender identity. You know, you sort of announce that gender identity by how you talk, by how you speak in the Thai language. But anyway, what is up? Is this a good keyboard? I know nothing about keyboards, but this one's a lot fancier. See, mine is just a HP Media keyboard, right? It's kind of nice that it's got the, you know, it's got the button for play, pause, forward, etc. That's very nice for a streamer to have. But this thing is fancy. Dual shot keycaps, macro supported, Spectrum 22 mode, ergonomic wrist rest. I have an ergonomic chat. We're going ergonomic. How exciting is this, right? Wrist rest. Yeah, the all keys anti-ghost. We got media keys. That's important to me. Multifunction scroll wheel built into the keyboard. Nice. Oh my god, what's going on? Yeehaw. Oh, this is battle music. That's kind of epic. Chat, I really want to play this game now. I have been promising you like more content, more streams since I finally got into my apartment and I got settled down. I got to put a new camera on Throne, right? But I'm trying to decide what camera. I don't know anything about cameras. It's all like confusing to me. It's all like mirrorless, DSLR. Sisyphean Task says, I was gifted Sabra hummus as a snack at work, and I was torn. Do I eat it or toss it since it's been, already purchased? Yeah, I mean, ooh, that's a good, like, look, normally Sisyphean, I would say, eat it so it doesn't go to waste. But knowing what I know about Sabra hummus, it might be a net negative. It might be a net negative. I feel like, and what I'm talking about is like that stuff does not digest well for me. Like every time I eat Sabra hummus, I get heartburn. My heart burns. The Oregon Trail is American Zionism. Yeah, best example is Zion National Park. Well, now, the reason that that's called Zion National Park, to my understanding, has to do with the Mormons, right? They used the sort of biblical language about Zion to imply like a promised land for them in the American West, which was actually Mexico at the time. Am I right about that, chat? Utah was Mexico. Utah was... I don't know if it was just Spanish holdings at the time or if it was, I think it was Mexico. I think Mexico had declared independence by that time. But yeah, so the association between Utah and Zion, kind of comes from the Mormons, at least to my understanding. Let's Go Crash Out comes to a crescendo. Is it coming to a crescendo, chat? Do you feel a crescendo? What would the crescendo be? Like Ethan finally files his case against Noah Samson and loses? Has to pay Noah's lawyer fees? Remember being in the Mario history one way back? Waluigi being in there? Is Ethan debating someone on Friday? Good question. Wait a minute. He does say something about the debate, doesn't he? Chat, at the end of the... Anybody back me up on this? At the end of his... Monday stream against Rogan, I think he does mention... Like, not so... Apparently Hasan is debating Ethan on Friday. Whoa. Thank you for bringing me this info, chat. I hadn't heard this. Organs equals dollars. That's right, Well, if your friend leaves you in Thailand, you got to sell off his organs. That just goes without saying, right? So did Hasan in today's stream? Wait, what? So did Hasan in today's stream? Wait, what does Hasan do? I should play it. Wait. You all are. It's all computer. Wait. Are we talking about? I should play. Oh, I should play Soul Hackers. That's what you're talking about. Okay. People are all. Whoa, Omega Star. Thank you for the super chat. People have also been kind of prompting me to maybe play Vox Populi and Butterflies for Everyone. Yes, we're 1/10 of the way towards the butterfly. And 1/20th of the way towards some bonus content. Working on that bonus content already. With the 5 out of 10. Or 5 out of 100, I'm sorry. I bet Ethan does what Ethan did with Sam Cedar. What Globbits? You're suggesting, okay, so Globbits over on Twitch is suggesting that Ethan might sub in Destiny. That's what I thought. That's what I thought you were gonna say, Globbits. Yeah, sub in Destiny. So if you don't know, Ethan and Sam Cedar did something pretty cool together back in the day. Steven Crowder challenged Ethan to a debate. And Ethan didn't really do debates at the time. He wasn't good at it. I mean, arguably still not good at it. You put money that it's going to be Destiny? It could be. But yeah, so what they did is that, like, you know, so Ethan was like, yes, Steven Crowder, I will debate you. Here's the date. Here's the time. Steven Crowder kept on canceling it or pushing it back. And what they noticed is that he was watching, like, the Majority Report, right? He had his eyes on the Majority Report, and he was seeing, like, when Sam was on stream, right? And specifically not allowing the debate to go on while Sam was not doing MR, right? He wanted that protection, in other words, of knowing that Sam is occupied, right? Sam is not gonna, which doesn't tell you anything. Like, Sam could call into Ethan, like, while he's on MR, like, and anyway. But so anyway, they ended up tricking Steve Crowder, right? Sam records a MR episode before it actually happens, and then puts it on. So Steven Crowder is like, oh, Sam's on MR. Yes, Ethan Klein will debate today, right? So he comes in, and Ethan is like, all right, we're ready to debate, aren't we? And Sam, he brings Sam Cedar out, right? He's got Sam Cedar on the other line. And so that's a Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. Anyway, so what Globitz is proposing is that maybe Ethan would try to do the same thing to Sam Cedar or to Hasan. Yeah, to Hasan. As they did to Steven Crowder back in the day. But then again, you know, Hasan could do the same thing and have Bad Empanada on the phone. I think that's my prediction, all right? That's my prediction, that if somebody else is brought in by Ethan Klein, I think that Sam is going to have, or Hasan is going to have, like, Bad Empanada ready to... I don't know, though. Bad Empanada and Hasan not exactly getting along these days, right? There's a little bit of contention between the two of them. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to do some debate analysis. Chat, not many of you know about this because not many of you were around at the time, but I originally blew up on Twitch doing analysis of other people's debates, right? Doing debate analysis. That was like my thing of, you know, reacting to debates that went on. This is what got me in trouble with Dylan Burns and the whole Destiny Network and the like, right? Was that, you know, they didn't like that I was critical of, you know, the way that Dylan ran his, oh my gosh, the way that Dylan ran his panel. We'll see if Ethan backs out. Wait, Wednesday is Odin's Day? Huh. Amnesty International has come out accusing Israel of genocide. Oh, finally. Can't keep up with all the cases. 800 deportations over the weekend in Florida alone. Yeah. And in their mind, in the minds of the Trump goons, the goon squad, they're like, it's not fast enough. It's not enough. Like, right, there's a lot of what this messy shit is coming from is that they're just trying to kick as many people out as fast as possible. Yeah, it is really terrifying, Rave. You've heard the name a lot, but you don't know who that person is. Wait, who are we talking about? You're following Odors. Oh god, I'm so far behind in chat. That's like 20 minutes behind. Let's get back to... Oh wait, there's a super chat I need to read. There's a super chat. There's another super chat. Yo. Alright, that super chat is butterflies, but the super chat that... Oh wait, two butterfly super chats. Thank you, Omega Star, for getting us started on the butterfly goal. So as always, chat, if you want to put a butterfly in my hair... You have an option to do that on YouTube. How do you do that? If we get 10 super chats of the teal variety or greater, then this butterfly will go in my hair. And Omega Star has gotten us started with 3 of those super chats already. So we just need 7 more. How much time did I give you? You've got 1 hour and 25 minutes to make that happen. In addition to that, I would like to direct you to something that I used to do back in the day, have not done in a long time. You'll see a link, a Blue Sky link, right? And a, yo, Oh, Globbits with the activating my stand powers. No, activate. I turned into a jellyfish, chat. Look at this. Wow. Thank you for the Prime, oh Globbits. I should put the, I don't know, chat. I'm tempted to start using the subathon as a way for Twitch, in specific to extend the stream. Right? You know what this does? Like, right? It's like, oh my God, I gotta open up this again. But yeah, look, I have like a love-hate relationship with the subathon thing, because like the love part is that like if left to my own devices, I will stream entirely too long, especially now that I don't have the natural limit of like I gotta go to bed to stop me, right? It's very easy for me to stream way too long, right? And if I put a timer on it, then you know there's like at least like a now that's you know a natural limit until Twitch chat decides to extend that limit by subscribing, by using Twitch Prime subs, by or gifting subs or any of that, anything like that. Even following me on Twitch or donating bits will extend the stream that way. Let me get it started up because like I'm still trying to figure out exactly how it works. But all right, so I have been on stream for 43 minutes. Okay, so we add like yeah, let's add 4 hours. That seems like a good amount of time. So it would be about a 5-hour stream is like the natural one. And that could be extended anytime that you support me on Twitch. So here we go. 4 hours. Let's start. Look at that. I don't know. I hope this doesn't bite me in the ass somehow. I'm new to the community. How long have you been there? Did you leave the US? I'm American. Get me out of here. You know, SK, I might be doing a channel about getting you out of here. Getting you and people like you out of here. But yeah, I've been here for about a month. Yo, Skinny B, look at that. Look at that, more time on the clock. Skinny B extending the stream just by following me on Twitch. But yeah, did I answer your questions? I've been here for about a month. I did leave the US and looking at maybe doing another channel about, you know, leaving the country, basically. I don't want to call it like an expat channel, though, because it's like, I feel like expats, oh my God, that's the thing that really bothers me, is that the reputation that American expats have, especially in Thailand, is not anything that I want to be saddled with. Like, it's bad. I don't know how Thai people think about it, but definitely like Americans. Yeah, IRL VODs would be fun. Call them a traitor for not being on Twitch. Oh no, we're having the Twitch YouTube fight start up. Last night I dreamt I was starting a new life in Switzerland. Switzerland sounds neat. I want to fight here, but I don't know what the point, at what point to say I can fight better outside. Yeah, true. Yeah, and honestly, like, leaving the country is, you know... Do I feel safer in general terms? Yes. Yeah, I had a conversation with my sister where she was worried about me. She was like, you're in a foreign country. Like, what are you even doing out there? Because I don't want to, like, talk about, like, the political situation and get her involved in that, any of that, or, you know, right? And I was like, just to try to tell her without telling her, I was like, so do you feel safe where you are? Do you feel safe when you watch the news at night? And, yeah. Can we have a Discord link? We got to fix the Discord link, don't we? Okay, let's see. Let's make this happen.
SK super chatted $5. Love the idea of the other channel, butterfly, butterfly, butterfly.
Yo, that is a good idea. Also, Burn Standin, thank you for the follow on Twitch. You're extending the time of the stream just by following me on Twitch. Look at that. That's kind of cool. Narwhal asked for a Discord link probably 20 minutes ago. Let me try to help you out with that. And oh no, there's more people. Oh my God, chat, I'm not keeping up. I'm not keeping up. Oh no. Let's let people in. Let people in. Sorry, chat. I haven't had access to my, I see that there's some of you who've been waiting to be let in, so I'm going to try to make that happen right away here. If you've been waiting to be let on Discord, it is your lucky day. It is your lucky day indeed, because I am on it. All right. So I'm letting everybody in here. Now I gotta do the invite thing, invite people. It's gonna make me turn off streamer mode to do this. Invite people. There we go. All right, so Narwhal, you asked for this link way too long ago. I'm taking way too long to get through the chat, as always. There's the link. I should probably put it, so I'm guessing what you're, oh no. Okay, so that's a link that'll work for like today. Are you still banned on Discord? I have no idea, Tempo Quatronica. Thank you for the super chat, SK, and there we go. Moe Nope's got the Discord invite too. She's not paying attention. I am paying attention. I just was like way behind. I must have missed a whole bunch of chats though. This did get me to the just subbed on my Twitch. Thank you, Bussy. I may be mispronouncing your name. Apologies. You posted the permalink. That's such a good idea, Moe Nope. I'll just take that permalink. Now, are these permalinks really perma? Because I'm guessing the reason that mods are asking me for a link is probably that the link that we have there is not actually permanent. It should be permanent. The link that it appears in the chat, right? From the timer and when you press !Discord. But Tempotronica, message me if you're having trouble with a Discord, or message Zara, and I think we can probably help you out. I don't know. Sometimes mix-ups happen on the Discord, right? TYW were the darkest part of internet history. Wait, what is TYW? Seriously, yo, passenger shaming. Look at that. Look at that. Chat's found ways to extend the stream without even paying a single cent. Look at that, right? So if you want to help me out at no cost to you, there's ways that you can do that, right? That I think I always mention the ways that you can support the stream that do cost you money, but I never mention enough the ways that you can support the stream that don't cost you money, right? Subscribing to me on YouTube, following me on Twitch, using your Twitch Prime. If you've got Prime, you can hook it up to Twitch and you can use it to get yourself a free sub to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to me, you will get all my emotes and you will also support the stream. Another way that you can support the stream without paying a dime is with this. A thumb. Now that doesn't look very powerful, does it? It's just one thumb. What are you going to do with one thumb? Well, you're right. One thumb's not very powerful. All right, chat. But if we put all our thumbs together, then we can just like 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war on the algorithm and we can win. Are my nails chipped? Yeah, they are. God damn it. Already, chat. I just had these done. They're already chipped to shit. You have avenues out just in case. Yo, Edge2717. Look at that. Look at that. Emojis all over the place. And extending the stream slightly, but just by following. Oh yeah, so what I wanted to mention to you, chat, was this Metal Slime, yo! Twitch versus YouTube wars? Oh no. We got the Milky Way wars. Wait, what is that? I'm not an expat. You are a defector seeking political asylum. I should get that on a hat, Shaxby. Okay, why would I wear a hat? I'm not one of those baseball hat chicks. You know, like there's some chicks who can rock a baseball hat. I've never been one of them. I don't know what the secret is of looking decent in a baseball hat, but I just feel like I would look weird unless it was a MAGA hat. Just kidding, chat. Just kidding. Oh, you posted a permanent link. Yeah, I should put the permanent link into the permanent link spot. Doesn't permanent link sound like a Zelda character or something? Maybe, I don't know. Let's open that dashboard and I'm gonna try to put the permanent link. Yeah, this is the whole thing. I don't know how permanent these fucking links are. Chatbot, chat commands. Like for instance, if you press ! Discord, you're supposed to be able to get the Discord. But I feel like if you do that, you'd get like an old link. There we go. Save that. And then timer is the other one, right? All right, hopefully that changes things. I saved things to the Twitch side of stuff. But thank you, Moino, for posting that permanent link. Speaking of posting links in chat, let me post one right here. This is going to be a link to my blast off post. Now, chat, we haven't done this in a while, all right? Because there's a lot for me to remember, and I just tend to forget it all. But on Blue Sky today, I posted the link for the stream. Now, this is not going to do much of anything, right? By itself. But some of you I know are on Blue Sky, and if you were to like or repost this Blue Sky post, it would get out to more people. So do with that what you will, right? But this is what Hasan does every day when he says, all right, we're blasting off, right? Actually, if I was Hasan, then one of you would have given me a meme. One of you would have made a meme out of something that we're talking about today. I'd be posting that meme for engagement along with the, yo, look at that, butterfly. I mean, rainbows. Butterflies? Do I know the difference between butterflies and rainbows? I hope so. I certainly hope so. I can do beanies and scarf sells narwhal by nature. I'm not a hat girly either. Yeah, I know, right? Beanies and scarves, though, they're pretty... North America was Zion to the Pilgrims too? Do we hit both the thumbs under the video? There's two thumbs. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's the up and the down, right? Yeah, I didn't even say which one. Wait, no, up and down. I did down and down. Why did I do down and down? No, it's supposed to be like that. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. There's your blast off. It would have been a tweet back in the day, but now it's a Blue Sky because I'm not really on. I mean, I'm on Twitter, but I'm not really on Twitter. I don't use it. I don't want to give Elon my thoughts. You're 20 minutes back. That's where I was a minute ago, Philip. I've now caught up though. I don't know who Olay had to take on. It's not just Olay, chat. So yeah, what MF Doomscroll is talking about in YouTube chat is the bonus goal material, right? And let me look at that. So we've got a poll going on YouTube, right? The reason it's just on YouTube is because Twitch does not do a good job of taking care of, like, Twitch. You can only run a poll for like 10 minutes or so. It's weird. I don't even understand why, but it's a thing, right? So we run the poll on YouTube instead. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to nocommentchick on YouTube if you like. You can subscribe to the channel. You can like the video because that helps me out greatly. And you can also make your voice heard in the poll, right? We got a poll right now of 4 different items that we could cover after I'm done covering Lonerbox versus Chris Kunzler, right? These are in the order of their performance right now, in the order of where they are in the poll. 78 of you voted so far. Of those 78 people, the majority are voted, or not the majority, but like first place is the Crash Out continues. That would be continuing to watch Ethan's Crash Out, right? We got about half through Ethan's attempted takedown of Frogan, response to Frogan's video. Where Frogan was just basically saying, hey, can you leave me out of this from now on? And I guess the answer is no, because, he did he had Frogan on his thumbnail, chat. Like he's bitching about how Frogan's not even relevant, and he's got Frogan on the thumbnail. So obviously she's relevant enough to drive some views to your channel, right? That's in first place. Second place is Olimey and Friends iDub Content Cop. Now this was what MF Doomstroll was on about. Cat ears? Oh my gosh, chat. Did I bring my cat ears? I'm not sure I did. Oh my God. We have cat ears as a, oh my God, chat. I don't know where they are. I might have to get new cat ears. Should I put those on, is it 32% now? Am I losing track of it? Have other people been counting the bonus skull better than I have? I'm just realizing I might not have cat ears. Yo, okay, wait, we got to take care of that now though, don't we? All right, what are we doing? Throne. I'm going to add an item to throne. No, wait, that's not throne. That's not throne. Let's try again. Item to throne. Okay, I just have to type it in. Throne. I can't type. I typed like thribe or something. I don't even know what that means. It's a throbbing tribe would be a thribe. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. Okay, anyway. Okay, on the wish list, add wish. Search up cat ears. Throne must have some cat ears. Oh God, I also realized something, chat. Like, so we haven't used Throne since I moved to Thailand. I actually wasn't using it a whole lot, except for just when people wanted to, support me. Ooh, cosplay cat ear headband. That kind of looks like what I need. Ooh, there's a cat ear hoodie. There's too much to look at, chat. There's too much to look at. I've got to make a decision. But anyway, my understanding of the way that Throne works with Thailand is that they don't actually deliver to Thailand. What they do is I think they pay out the money to me, and then I have to purchase that on Amazon or more likely Lazada. I don't know. I don't know what to do, chat. I need more information on this. Select a color. Okay, select a color. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 7. 7. Let's do 7. Wait, why is there? Yo, it's just numbers. Oh my God, and there's 29 of them. What the fuck? Oh, this is too complicated. Okay, so they got 9 and 9. Oh my God, I'm so confused. I don't want this to take up too much time, but I do realize that cat ears are definitely have been a part of my brand. Wait, there's tiger cat ears? Why don't they actually show them? Oh my God. You can't see the fucking. I love they just took a picture of the model and the ears are off like camera. The ears are like cropped out of the fucking picture. It's like, okay, great job, guys. Cosplay cat ears. Come on, make this easy for me. Either black or white. Let's see what black looks like. Ooh, rar. And white. We'll do white cat ears because they will they'll show up more. So I'm adding that to Wishlist. Enabling crowdfunding. That took entirely too long. God damn it. Come on, enable crowdfunding. Yes, proceed. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Add to Wishlist. There we go. Okay, cat ears are now on Wishlist. I will make that work somehow, chat. I'm not entirely sure how. Because like I said, it's weird when it comes to Thailand. I don't think that Throne will deliver to Thailand, but I think there is a way that people outside of their delivery zone still get items. It may be through Amazon. It may be through Lazada. It may be through Temu. We'll find out. Yeah, so Joshua Keller was explaining to MF Doomscroll in chat that she had a bunch of leftist mafia and Emma Vigland on her show to talk about the iDubbbz content cop and the Ethan Klein situation in general. And so that is on the bonus goal, which I was just talking about before, talking about the fact that that is in second place right now of the bonus content. So again, there's a poll over on YouTube, nocommentchick on YouTube, right? It's nocommentchick CC on Twitch. It's nocommentchick without the CC on YouTube. And, if you want to come over from Twitch and vote, make sure to leave a like when you do. But you're free to do that. You can watch me on whatever platform you want to. I'm not trying to drive traffic towards YouTube or anything like that. But if you want to vote, you'll have to do it on YouTube. So that's where that is right now. Crash Out continues. More Ethan Klein is in first place. Olimey and Friends talking about the iDubbbz content cop is in second place. And then tied for third place, we have TYT Rebellion Pack fires Woo. I don't know, but it sure looks like it to me, chat. It sure looks like they might have asked Brianna Wu to step aside. She's making the whole thing where she's like, I need more time to, I don't know. I need alone time, or I need personal time, right? That's her official explanation. But it happened. Her leaving Rebellion Pack, right, which is TYT's one of TYT's packs. It happened after the Vanguard pointed out when Jink brought back Rebellion Pack and said we're going to be endorsing candidates again. Silly and Billy were there to ratio Jink and say, hey, you Rebellion Pack, you mean the thing that's run by Brianna Wu? And right after that, Brianna Wu stepped down. So the question is, chat, does bullying work? That's what we aim to find out in that particular bonus content, which you can have by voting for it right now on YouTube. In fourth place, we have the group chat that ended democracy. This is the Mark Andreessen thing I was talking about, right? There was this Tech Brew group chat that I guess it first included a lot of like liberal media members, but the kind of liberal media members that are like self-hating liberals, right? That's the crew that Andreessen, but eventually these people were not right-wing enough for Mark Andreessen. As he became more right-wing, he started kicking the liberals out of the chat, bringing in more IDW people, bringing more, kind of, Trumpy people. And this is a group chat where a lot of the, things that made the Trump administration happen were discussed. So this has just come out on Semaphore. There's an article about on Semaphore that I would love to read to you and discuss the group chat that ended democracy. That is in fourth place, though. So again, how do you get the thing that you want, the bonus content that you want, into first place? You do it first and foremost by voting for it. You can also do so by supporting me, whether it's through a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, if you're gifting memberships on YouTube, or if you're supporting me on Throne, or I'm supposed to be on this screen, aren't I? If you're supporting me on Throne, or if you're signing up for my Patreon, or if you're supporting me on Twitch, which will also extend the time. What time? What am I missing here? certainly am missing something here. Let's grab that and put that there. There we go. Yeah, Twitch, supporting me on Twitch also extends the time of the entire stream, right? So we got the subathon up here, mainly because I'm testing it out, but it is active, meaning that this is the time that I'll stream. And if this number goes up, then I'll stream for longer. So you can make the number go up, and you can make the number of your favorite topic go up by supporting me on Twitch. So yeah, the basically, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and that will be a bonus applied to the poll, right? So if your thing is not winning, or if your thing is winning and you want to ensure that it wins, right, you can always let me know in the chat when you're supporting the stream what you want your donation to go to. I'll be more than happy to add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. There we go. I feel like I've explained that. The other thing that I need to do is to do what we always do every single day. That is thanking Patreon. I don't know if you know this, chat, but Patreon, people on Patreon support me in a very crucial way, right? You know, there's a lot of different ways you can support me through the platforms that I'm on, through Throne, through a million different things. But the Patreon thing is a monthly donation that just kind of gives me a base of support to be able to, you know, to do things. So that's pretty crucial, especially considering how easily these platforms can be taken away from you. We watched somebody who was kind of an enemy of the show, but, you know, not somebody I hate, right? I don't hate people. But President Sunday actually got his monetization taken away on YouTube. It can happen like that and for no reason, and there's no explanation, and there's no one to argue with, right? So I'm very thankful to the people who support me over on Patreon. Everyone on my Patreon gets my videos before they actually come out. You get an early release of every video that comes out. Before it comes out, you get it uncensored and sometimes unredacted. Sometimes there's extra scenes in there that I just haven't had the chance to take out yet. So yeah, everybody at every level gets that. At the $5 and higher level, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me go ahead and do those now. So shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Wait, let me load this just to make sure that I'm not like missing anybody here. Shouts out go to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shax BA. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. I will read that in a second. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Mark Gold did a super chat. VP plus 5. VP plus 5? What am I missing here? Vox Populi. That's what VP stands for. Well, thank you for the Vox. Yeah. Okay, so Mark Gold, you just thank you for helping me illustrate how this all works here, right? So you see this stuff right up here, right? It's like dono goal. Oh wait, I don't know how high is our dono goal right now. Oh, let me look. There's so many things. Oh, we're 5 out of 10 on the butterfly thing, so we're halfway there. Living on a prayer. 20. I think we're at 27 on the skull thing. 27. So yeah, Mark Gold is going to help me illustrate how the bonus goal works here. So look, we're at 27%. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, I will stick around a little longer and I will do some bonus content with you, right? What bonus content? The content that you vote for, also the content that you support through your donations, right? So Right now, I'm adding 5 to Vox Populi. You see that right there? Vox Populi has got 5 on it. What is Vox Populi about? Well, basically, if you know, like I said, you could say any of the topics that we've got on the poll, right? Or you could say Vox Populi. And if you say Vox Populi, then see how everything is a plus, right? But Vox Populi is a minus. What that means is that you are supporting the vote, right? The way the vote is right now on YouTube, that's the way that you want the outcome to be. And what you're doing is you're setting up a hurdle for anybody who wants to donate for a particular topic to have to overcome. So that 5% to Vox Populi means that everything up here gets 5 taken away from it. In other words, the first 5% that Align Me and Friends or TYT Rebellion Pack or Crash Out Continues or Group Chat that Ended Democracy get will disappear, right? And they'll start, you know, like, right, it'll cut off 5 from everything, right? It won't take anything negative, right? But it'll just, you know, lessen the effect of money in politics, to just put it really succinctly. Anyway, chat, I feel like you want a meme on Discord? Yo, Lizzie Rosa, thank you for the meme on Discord. I should check that. Is it in general? Ooh, damn. Obey Ela Hummus? No. Oh my god, it's vegan. It's vegan, chat. It has got the terrible tattoo. Here, let me show you. Oh my god. Let me show you what this is. Wait. Oh my god, if I can copy link, I guess is what I'm trying to do here. Let me show you the meme that just got made. All right, check this out. I think this is the one front that Lizzie Rosa just made. Let me check and make sure that I am thanking. And yeah, Lizzie Rosa gets the credit for this meme. It's a classic. Obey Ela Hummus with the worst tattoo in the world as its official branding. There we go. There we go. I think it's an improvement on Sabra, probably. But what do I know? I'm just a cat girl that left her cat ears in the United States. I feel so bad about that, chat. I feel horrible. Like, right, that's one of the rewards. That's one of the point rewards on Twitch. Is that you can get me to put on cat ears. And I love doing it. Damn. But anyway, so that is what's going on today. I've thanked Patreon. I've explained the bonus goal. Yeah, so we're going to be covering Lonerbox versus Chris Kunzler. First, we're going to watch the debate, and then we're going to watch Chris Kunzler's video. Right? Because we started getting into Kunzler's video yesterday in our bonus content, and I realized there were things being referred to that were in the debate that we really need to watch the debate for. So it's a bad tattoo, but I've seen many worse. Is it not the worst? David Feldman showed the receipts proving that if Kamala Harris had come out against what the Israelis were doing in Gaza, she would have carried Michigan and Arizona. Damn. You know, people talked about Michigan, 37. Oh, wait. Plus 2. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, shouldn't it be? Yeah, 37. I guess that makes sense. I don't know where. Wait a minute. Wait, where are you getting 2 Twitch subs from, Narwhal by Nature? I see 1 Prime sub. Let me make sure. Do I have this added correctly? Let me 25 plus. Yeah, am I not seeing some stuff that's going on Twitch? Because the only thing I've seen so far is Globbits resubscribing with a Prime, which you can do too for free on Twitch. If you've got a Prime membership for Amazon, you can get a sub for yourself for free at no cost to you. God, I'm not making sense here. But yeah, let me know if I'm missing something here. But yeah, we're 5 out of 10 on our way to the butterfly goal. We're 27%, I think, unless I'm wrong on the math. 27% of the way towards getting some bonus content. And we're going to jump into the Chris Kunzler. Was Brianna Wood bullied or just criticized for promoting genocide? They were, using the Vanguard were using the word bullied in a silly way, right? They, they just they were kind of bullying Jink Uger to maybe drop the genocide supporter from their Rebellion Pact. If they're going to bust out Rebellion Pact again, considering what the one issue that TYT has been kind of good on has been Gaza, but the fact that they still have this relationship with Brianna Wu is making people wonder, including the Vanguard, who ratioed Jink, and subsequently Brianna Wu stepped away from Rebellion Pact. So that's why we're wondering, does bullying work? It would have been funny to comment on this. The Chris Kunzler is very knowledgeable on the subject. Oh my God. Let alone Denial Box. Yeah, Denial Box is great. We haven't really talked about Denial Box in a while, but Shaxba and I have both dealt with Denial Box in the past, and he is just he's just an absolute peach when it comes. He's a wonderful person to deal with. Super pleasant, right, Shaxba? Super pleasant dude in Lonerbox. Let us move to the content and hit the button that I need to hit to make that happen. Whoa, look at this. Watch. Whoa. All right, Lonerbox. God, it's been a while, chat. The last time we reacted to Lonerbox, I think it was the Westside Tyler debate. So, yeah, here we go again.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. I thought I saw someone subbed before Globbits, but it must have been a follow. It's 31, then. Plus.
Okay.
So, 36 now.
Thank you for correcting my math on that. I think. Wait, is there something that I'm missing? Is there something that I'm not seeing? 30, and then I think it's 33. With all things considered, I don't know, unless I'm. Yeah, it's like 30 plus 3, because that's a Twitch. Oh, it's a Twitch Prime sub. That's the confusion. Yeah, Twitch Prime subs are a little different. I don't ever know how to count them, but let's at least put it up to 33. So we are fully 1/3 of the way towards bonus content, meaning that it's fairly likely. Let's see what Lonerbox has got. So if you don't know, this is Lonerbox. This is someone that, like I said, both me and Shaxba have had experience with this guy talking shit about us. I was totally joking when I said he's a peach. He's the opposite of a peach. He's like a rotten peach or a bad peach or an evil peach or something like that. And, he's part of Twitch Pull. What is Twitch Pull? It is this weird conglomerate of content creators that rose up in around the same time that BreadTube was popping off on YouTube. There was like left-wing politics kind of starting up on Twitch, but you also had, as the largest content creator at the time on Twitch, one Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell, right? So now we got like leftism or progressivism, right? I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm equivocating those two things, right? But you've got the real deal, right? And then you've got whatever the fuck Destiny is doing. Destiny is ostensibly a progressive content creator, but anybody who's spent any amount of time, watching Destiny's content knows that he has a lot more smoke for the left than he does for the right. And a lot of the stuff he does with the right is just performative, like acting like he doesn't care if, a MAGA supporting member of his audience were to die at an event, and shit like that. It's just him trying to do a Takemeister. Like it's not helpful to the left and in general, like, his it's hard to resolve what he is talking about with anything other than like centrism, IDW influence centrism, right? So you had a left on Twitch that we call Twitch poll, largely, Dylan Burns, Lonerbox, Demon Mama back when she was on Twitch, Chud Logic back when he was calling himself a leftist, right? People like this, myself included. And, I just found that whole environment to be pretty deceptive in that it's not really left. It's definitely not leftist. It's kind of hostile to leftism. And it is, I don't know. Lonerbox was a part of that, right? Now, Lonerbox used to be a video essayist before he became a streamer until he got a chance to debate Lauren Southern. And he jumped on that clout boat and as she fired flares into it, right? And just kind of he had his chance to kind of make peace with the Destiny community, through treating Lauren Southern the way that Destiny treated her, which is pretty nice. This is the biggest problem with Destiny. This is the biggest red flag when it comes to Destiny. Oh, I'm a progressive, right? Well, no, you resuscitated the careers of both Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes. And Lonerbox kind of jumped on the tail end of that. So that's who he is. He's ostensibly progressive, but most of the time you will find him shitting on actual progressives rather than doing anything that you would actually call progressive. The last case of this was his debate with Westside Tyler about the pager incident in Lebanon, which Lonerbox thought was a hilarious joke, right? Killing people with pagers, including children. Hilarious joke, right? He's also come up in Bad Empanada's content when Bad Empanada has shown Lonerbox, trying to deny the sniper bullets that ended up in the heads of children in Gaza. I wonder how that happened, right? But anyway, with that serving as our intro to Lonerbox, let's see him. What he does here, chat. Lonerbox will essentially sit on stream for hours and hours and hours. Sometimes he does a little research on Wikipedia. Sometimes he talks to chat, but a lot of times what he'll do is he'll hang out in Discord, and anybody in his chat can come into the Discord. Most of those would be coming in to be like, yeah, Lonerbox, you're so based. Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, these pro-Palestine people are fucked up, Lonerbox. Yeah, you're so right. But once in a while, somebody will come on and say, I disagree. And Lonerbox has a debate. And this time, that person was one Chris Kunzler, whose videos we have been watching with great interest, right? He's made a couple of Ethan Klein videos, and now he's got a Lonerbox video. That video is talking about this debate, so in order to watch Chris's new video, we're going to have to watch Chris's debate with Lonerbox. So here we go.
Okay. So you didn't seem too happy with my videos, Mr. Lonerbox?
No.
Why not?
Strawmans.
Also, Marco, thank you for following me on Twitch, and thank you for subscribing with your Prime. That means a lot to me. Yeah, we'll add that in as well.
Just like
what
bad
was
arguments.
The straw man?
You said that I was excusing and like that it was brought onto Ethan Klein's show to support Israeli war crimes, even though on that appearance I literally described Israel's performance in that war as like habitually committing war crimes. So
let's just
really, because I've seen a lot of videos of you saying otherwise.
On that appearance, I'm just like
what
bad
was the
arguments.
straw man? You didn't seem too happy with my videos, Mr. Lonerbox.
No.
Oh, so I didn't know this. Apparently, Lonerbox maybe reacted to Chris Kunzler's previous videos.
Why not?
Strawmans. Just like
what
bad
was the
arguments.
straw man?
You said that I was excusing and like that it was brought onto Ethan Klein's show to support Israeli war crimes, even though on that appearance I literally described Israel's performance in that war as like habitually committing war crimes. So
Oh, really? Because I've seen a lot of videos of you saying otherwise, There was one where you were doing some forensic analysis, giving an explanation why kids weren't actually being shot on in the head, how that wasn't a command coming, up top from the IDF, and how, I think when you responded to my original video, you said when the general's plan was being implemented, you tried to claim that, Netanyahu and the top brass, they just didn't know what was happening, right?
I don't know whether they knew or not that it was happening. My claim was that it hadn't been signed off on by Central Command, which was what I read.
So why do you think they've now pivoted to saying we're going to expel everyone from Gaza? Do you think that was just a plan they came up with out the blue?
No. What,
so
what did I? Hang on, wait. One thing at a time. What did I just say?
Good question. I kind of glaze over when I watch this guy. He's so boring. Anyway, I missed a couple of things while I was giving that introduction. Tempo Tronica, thank you for the super sticker of the super lemon in a heroic pose. Also, queso flavored. Thank you for the epic metal fingers. Metal fingers. What am I saying, chat? Like the epic metal hands. Yeah. And Narwhal, I think you're right. I counted something wrong. I'm gonna fix that.
What do you mean?
What did I just say?
That you thought that it didn't come from the top brass, right?
Yeah, does that mean that they disapprove of it or don't know about it?
Well, no, I think it's part of a wider systemic plan, which is what you try and obfuscate.
Okay.
And try and act as if it's like, these things, these IDF soldiers, they're just implementing bad things on the ground. There's baddies like Yehuda.
So, first of all, why do you... Okay. So, this is also from the same H3 podcast where I said that Netanyahu was a war criminal.
Mm-hmm.
So how can I call him a war criminal, but then also say that he, like, the top brass just doesn't want to implement the general's plan? I can show you what I read in the article.
Because you've done it over and over again. You do it all the time. There are loads of bad empanada videos.
No, wait. Okay, yeah, we can talk about bad empanada videos if you want. Okay, one thing at a time.
No. We're not having a long discussion about that. His videos have long clips where you edited your own stream, didn't you? You took out part of your stream because you weren't willing to avow what you'd actually said.
What did I actually say that I...
Wait, this is true. I remember this. I think I remember what Chris is talking about here. So I'm thinking already we might need to pull up the Ethan stream where he talked to Lonerbox, right? If we need to verify some of these claims that are going back and forth.
Clipped out.
It was the part about talking about what they were shot in the head with. I don't remember exactly.
You brought it up. You brought it up. You could.
Well, what?
I can show you the whole. I can give you.
I remember that one. Yeah, like anybody in chat remember this? So the bullet, yeah, I was referring to these bullets in the head earlier. There's sniper bullets found in the heads of children in Gaza, right? Doctors, looking at these victims of, a pretty clear war crime, found, headshots that had been taken. And, when it's with a sniper bullet, right, you kind of make some assumption of intentionality, and multiple, children winding up with multiple sniper bullets in their head is a sign that, this is more than just like some misfires or some lone wolves, some Israeli soldiers going beyond the, God, what's the word that the military always uses for like the way they operate, the operating procedures? This is, looking like, this is the plan, right? Right. And so that's what Bad Empanada pointed out. Lonerbox tried to deflect, this and just ended up rules of engagement. Thank you, George Jackson. That's exactly what I was looking for. Rules of engagement is the right word. He's literally the Destiny orbiter. Wait, are there no more? Shakespeare, is he though? Has he disavowed Destiny? Is Ghislaine gone? I don't know. By Ghislaine, people are meaning not so erudite. If you don't know, Destiny had a huge scandal where he was shown to have potentially released pictures of himself in sexual situations with, in some cases, other content creators. He released these apparently to somebody that he talked to on Twitter, and the story goes that this person either got hacked or they released the photos of himself. So with that being said, Destiny was sharing NSFW pictures that he had that he had not gotten permission to share with people, and for that reason they got out into the wider internet. And for after that, like, a lot of the orbiters abandoned Destiny. Pisco, I don't think fucks with Destiny anymore. Good for Pisco. Jump in Nick Fuentes and Lawrence Southern with Destiny. I'd do that. Damn, I don't want to think about that situation. I never saw anything like that, but it might exist. Who knows? Woo is Hasbro pack. Yeah, Woo's new pack. Put my super sticker says Tempotronica into Vox. I will do that. Watch some of this debate, but I can't listen to Lonerbox. His voice physically annoys me. I'm sorry, Deuce Array. I had to turn it off. Oh well. We'll be on to the Chris Kunzler video pretty soon. Mark from YouTube chat. Hey, good to have you here, Mark, on the Twitch side. Chris Kunzler does a full-on academic analysis with sources and descriptors. Strawmans. Swear I turned it off. He said strawmans. Yeah, strawmans. Mans of straw. Loserbox is bad at thinking. Yeah, he's definitely overrated, right? People treat him like he's some kind of intellectual, right? And I mean, I guess to the Destiny crowd, this is the closest thing to an intellectual they've got, right? If you really, an academic, like Shakespeare, you see what's, obviously what's wrong with Destiny's analysis, and you don't really want anything to do with it. This has been should to not be true. We know the military command does issue these commands. The issue is that denial box wants to pretend. Yeah, wants to pretend they're like lone wolves. Wants to pretend they're bad apples, right? And obviously that is undermining the gravity of what Israel is doing in Gaza to children in this case.
The whole stream unedited.
Do you want to just sit here and just watch a whole bad empanada video together?
Well, no, I just want you to admit that you don't even know what your claim is. Why are you being so hostile, man? What the fuck?
Hostile?
I'm not being hostile. I just think.
Yeah. Wait. Listen. Okay. First of all, Lonerbox, you deserve hostility, right? You should expect hostility when you defend kids ending up with fucking sniper bullets in their heads. Then you should expect some hostility. First of all. Second of all, Chris is not getting hostile with you. I mean, he has a way of talking. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Right? Chris has a way of talking. All right? That I guess Lonerbox might be.
If you've never heard of the pro-Israel content creator
See what I mean? Like, I don't know. He's that's, you might take that as like he really hates Lonerbox. He has a special, hatred for Lonerbox or something. But trust me, like, I've seen enough Chris Kunzler videos to know that that's just how he talks. So no, Chris is not being hostile. And also, Lonerbox, you should expect that shit is about to ramp up for you here, right? You've just started talking, right? If there's going to be hostility, if you think this is hostile, just wait, Lonerbox.
So what did I say about, what did I clip out of that stream?
Oh my goodness. You know what? I didn't keep like a long dossier of all of the things that you've said. And
Oh no. Chris, please don't say dossier. Don't say dossier around this guy or he will fucking crash out again. This motherfucker, more than anybody else, tried to ride the supposed dossier that I was in possession of with the secret, information about every content creator out there, including content creators that I've never talked about at all, right? This guy is a true on NCCanon believer. Please do not say dossier around this man. He has some strange thoughts when it comes to dossiers.
Yeah, this debate's your idea. You're not.
He thinks a file is like the scariest thing that can exist in the world. Oh my gosh, what was in there? Well, there were links to streams and there were timestamps. Oh no, she was collecting links to streams with timestamps. How dare she?
about your general opinions. Of
Well,
course,
you're
I'm
not prepared, though, are you?
I messaged you within 3 hours. You knew I wasn't going to be prepared. Come on, stop with the whole debate launch stick. You know. Let's have a conversation about what you actually believe about Palestine. And
okay, so Lonerbox is trying to drill down on some specific details that Chris does not have in mind at the time, and.
First of all, actually, the videos. You called me a terrorist supporter in a couple of minutes ago, didn't you? Because you said I didn't believe Chen Kugel.
Yeah, you're standard in that.
Wait, Cenk Uygur? Sorry, didn't believe who?
About Palestine. And first of all, actually, the videos. You called me a terrorist supporter in a couple of minutes ago, didn't you? Because you said I didn't believe Chen Kugel.
Yeah, your standard in that was kind of ridiculous. Also, just to stop you from backing away from it.
Somebody help me with this, Cenk Uygur. Who are we talking about? Anybody know this name? Lonerbox tried to justify babies being sniped at and wants to complain about how the others speak. Yeah, you want to talk about hostility? You want to talk about... This is the guy that fucking, like, I don't know. He said some weird shit about me and a lot of my friends, right? You want to talk about hostility? Like, and warrantless hostility, too. Chain Google? Is that what he said? I feel like he's saying a name that I should know.
Terrorist supporter in a couple of minutes ago, didn't you? Because you said I didn't believe Chen Kugel.
Yeah,
yeah, it does sound like Chain Google. I'm sure he's saying a name. I'm just not picking it out.
Your standard in that was kind of ridiculous. Also, just to stop you from backing away from it.
Chen Kugel
of that stream was a bit that was flagged because it was videos of people like doing fucking shooting videos with fake blood. And I took that out because it might get like a TOS flag.
Okay,
but obviously,
I'm sure that was.
But
oh my god, chat! I mean, if you wanna do a deep dive going through Bad Empanada versus Lonerbox, I covered this a long time ago. I did find credible, what I believe to be credible evidence that Lonerbox had, taken stuff out of his VOD. If I remember correctly, that to try to make what he said about the sniper bullets sound less awful than it is.
Empanada said that I argued that those images in the New York Times article of kids with bullets in their heads was fake. I never said they were fake.
I
said the opposite.
I
said the opposite, actually. Didn't I actually push back on someone who said that they were fake?
Shoot them in the head. They were different kinds. They're not all snipers doing it.
Well, that's true. They're not all snipers. No, don't anyway me. I said that
he said something to the effect that, like, well, maybe a child was standing next to an adult, and the adult was a bad, evil Hamas member. And they were aiming for the evil, like, Hamas dude with the curved knife, yelling, something stereotypical from a Islamophobic movie, right? And they missed the terrorist stereotype, and they hit the kid instead. It's an easy thing for a sniper to do, to miss. Like, it strains credibility that he even believes this. He's reaching, he's grasping at straws.
I never said that they were fake. Bad Empanada lied about it. Do you agree with that or no?
No, I don't, because you tried to obfuscate what was happening.
You said the claim was that I said that they were fake images. I didn't say they were fake images.
Goodness me. So this is all you're going to do? Just sit there and go, well, you said exactly this and I said exactly that.
Well,
we chat.
If you can't concede on one piece of information, then what's the point?
You want to watch a whole video on Bad Empanada then?
I can find you the clip where I say that the images are real, and then I'm like, why would you say I was saying they were fake? It's quite a simple discrepancy, isn't it? Just to be clear,
I think that Chris is misremembering what was wrong with what Loner said about those images. I don't remember him saying the images were fake. I remember him making excuses, right, for the IDF, like trying to do anything except admit that this seems to be a systematic targeting of children, right? That it's hard to imagine came from anywhere other than up the command chain, right? That was the problem, I believe, with what Lonerbox said. Not that he denied the the imaging of the bullets.
You brought up the claim that I was trying to clip stuff out of the stream to hide stuff.
Yeah,
you brought that up. We're talking about that because you made that claim. I've explained to you that I pulled out a clip because it was TOS. Not that I tried to hide anything.
Really?
So I mean, if you're just willing to
Look, he might have pulled out a clip because it was TOS, but there was something else that he pulled out to try to like keep himself from looking terrible.
concede that you had no fucking idea what you're referring to when you said that, we can
No,
say that and you
I'm
moved
not
on.
going to concede because I think it's very obvious.
Okay, so you can just obviously lie.
But I didn't write down.
This is so typical of debaters in the Destiny orbit. Now, I don't want to jump to the conclusion. I'm assuming that Lonerbox has distanced himself from Destiny since the incident. I know he has friends that were victimized by Destiny, so I'm not trying to say that he is still like a D. Is he, chat? Please tell me he's not. Please tell me that he's distanced himself. But this is typical of that crowd, right? To try to, zero in on a topic. This is in this case, we're talking about a video from, I don't know, maybe a year ago. Like a year ago, 7 months ago, a video from a long time ago with Bad Empanada, and be like, well, you don't know the facts about, this video that I made, that I obviously would know better. And therefore, your whole argument here is debased.
You can obviously lie and then just refuse to concede. That's fine as well, yeah.
Hold on. So all you're just going to do
So you don't know which bit I clipped out, but you brought it up. You brought up the clipping.
Okay. So I didn't write down exactly the words that you clipped out, but it's very obvious what you were saying. You were trying to obfuscate the fact that Israel has been systemically massacring children, shooting them in the head, because there is absolutely no distinction between civilians and combatants in the Gaza Strip.
Lonerbox's chat is calling him the Arsler and calling him a bag of dicks. Isn't it supposed to be like you tell somebody to eat a bag of dicks? I've never heard somebody get called a bag of dicks, but that's what the chat is doing.
But I would prefer to actually talk about, what we came onto, and I'd like to address the, initial points that you came up with. So if you really want me to concede that, and that will just shut you up for a second, that's fine.
Took you a while.
Yeah, don't let him pigeonhole you on this one video that you obviously don't remember, right? It's like,
Okay, brilliant. So you said that I was a terrorist supporter for believing that Chen Kugel might lie.
Not that he might lie. What the fuck? That he might lie, or that you said that you basically didn't believe that the Bebas children were strangled?
Yeah.
And your argument was some screenshot on Twitter says that it's difficult to analyze cause of death 14 months after the fact. And also, they lied about Shireen Abu Akleh.
A systemic pattern of lying much more like lying.
Okay, so chat, Chen Kugel is an Israeli forensic pathologist. Israel, Gaza War, and false claims of beheaded babies is the last section on his Wikipedia here. During the Gaza War, Kugel, in his role as Israel's chief forensic pathologist overseeing an investigation of October 7th bodies, told The Economist that he had seen the burnt, headless bodies of babies, although he could not say whether they had been beheaded. In a piece in the Media Line focused on his work, Kugel again claims that many of the bodies, including those of babies, were without heads. When asked if these had been decapitated, Kugel answered yes, right? So we're kind of tying him to one of the main, sensationalistic propaganda points that was advanced in the wake of October 7th, which was the idea that Hamas had ISIS-style, beheaded a bunch of babies, right? You can see where his testimony seems to have lended credibility to that. He added that it was difficult to determine whether they'd been decapitated before or after death, whether the heads had been quote unquote cut off by knife or blown off by RPG. But obviously we can see where he's leading us in terms of these statements, right? However, Haaretz, citing sources including Israel's National Insurance Institute, kibbutz leaders, and the police, reported that only that one baby was killed on October 7th, and it was caused by a stray bullet in Be'er. Haaretz concluded that any claims of beheaded babies were false. So that's Israeli, media right there, concluding that the beheaded baby thing was just not true. In detailed investigation, Le Monde also concluded that claims of beheaded babies were false.
About the Al Ahly Baptist Hospital.
Your lie about the Al Ahly Baptist Hospital is absolutely ridiculous.
What was my lie about the Al Ahly Baptist Hospital?
You said that the Israeli government or the IDF lied about that rocket from the Al Jazeera video. But
yeah, they did,
you understand
they did lie on television. They lied on television. So...
Do you realize that the entire fucking press thought that Al Jazeera...
The Bibas children were killed by Israeli forces. Yeah, and that was the I think we watched a Hasan versus Ethan clip several months ago on the return of the bodies and the
Zero video was most likely the rocket, right?
Who did those press work for, Lonerbox?
Which press? AP,
who gives them their directives?
Reuters?
How free is
the
Israel's
Zionist
press?
Do you think? Well, we're not talking about Israel's press. We're talking about international press.
Yeah. Go on.
International press also used that Al Jazeera video, thinking that it was most likely the rocket because it just looked a bit like it.
I think they like to parrot Israel's claims. I think that it's very different.
Associated Press?
What?
BBC?
Yes, I think it's yes. What?
Israelis call Haaretz Hamas these days.
100%.
I mean, it's a liberal media outlet, but
that's not even questionable.
So we have Zionist occupied press and the international.
You must know the BBC parrot what
like liberal by Israeli standards.
Israel says.
The BBC were criticized because they parroted the Hamas claim on the rocket. That's what the initial press reaction was.
And then they pivoted very quickly and just parroted Israel's,
well,
which was the objective lie, right?
Because it turned out that it was completely false, that it was an IDF airstrike.
But okay, so when it turned out that Israel lied, why was there no pivot again into saying all of a sudden, actually Israel's lied here?
Well,
it's pretty provable
because
that
the lie from Israel was one spokesperson from the IDF said, "I think it was this rocket," which it wasn't.
You're doing it again.
That was the lie.
He's not one spokesperson from the IDF. Who does he get his directives from?
Do you know the interaction between the spokesperson and the IDF when it comes to investigations?
Oh, come on. Israel doesn't have free press. They have an extreme military
Hang on.
You know that, Lonerbox.
So you just dodged the question. You don't actually know what process the spokesperson goes through before he goes on the media and talks about what
Is this all you're going to do? Just be so...
You just admitted that you don't know, but okay.
Censor. But what do you mean I admitted that I don't know?
Yeah, you admitted you don't know. Yes,
saying
you
I
did.
was and you're just a very pathetic man going...
I was repeating what you were saying.
An adult. No, you didn't. You just tried to shout at me.
I was just
because you actually don't have an argument here. Hold on. So sorry. Do you admit that Israel has a military censor, right?
Yeah, they do. That's got nothing to do with the IDF spokesperson.
Do you think the
falsely using an Al
just
Jazeera
allowed
video?
to say whatever they want on TV? Do you think the spokesperson's just allowed to say whatever they want on TV?
The spokesperson's allowed to say whatever they want on TV. Spokespersons don't usually have that much regulation on what they're saying before each press statement. The consensus, it seemed to be in the international press as well as from the IDF, was that they thought that that rocket in the Al Jazeera video was the one that struck the hospital. It didn't even go into the IDF's final report, though. You can go on their website. They don't use that video.
That's fantastic. Do they not? Do they really not? So why did they do it then? Why did Peter Lerner go on television and say, we know that this happened? He claimed that this footage captured the misfiring rocket responsible for the blast.
Because he's an IDF spokesperson who's trying to fucking beef up his army. And at the time when this whole thing is in disarray...
What does beef up his army mean?
As in he was willing to jump to a conclusion that he shouldn't have.
Oh, okay.
Still a weird phrase to use there.
Okay, without any government approval, and no other Israeli government official said the same thing, that Hamas definitely struck this hospital.
Well, they probably were. Everyone was saying that at the time.
But you know as well, like Hasan Abu Sitter, who was there, maintains 100% that Israel struck it.
Who?
And he was actually there.
Wait. Okay, he was actually there. And
yeah, he was there.
So wait, do you think Israel actually did strike the Al Ahly hospital? Are you still there?
100%. Yeah.
Why do you disagree with forensic architecture when they say it was most likely a rocket?
Where does it say it was most likely a rocket? Because it says that all of the rockets from the photo burnt out. Where does it say it was most likely?
All the rockets from which salvo? From the Islamic Jihad one or the Hamas one?
Where does it say most likely it was a rocket?
Yeah, let me find it for you. I'll find it for you. Okay.
There's no words most likely a rocket.
Okay, I'll show it for you. It might be likely or more likely. Al Ahly. It's in my... Hang on. Israel-Palestine, Al Ahly blast, forensic architecture. This is from when was their final analysis? They did an initial one on
March was 2020. March is the one I was looking at, or February, I don't know.
Okay. And this is
Israel
from,
has yet
so
to
initially
provide
they said it was an artillery fire that might have done it. And then they walk it back and they do this Twitter thread here on November 14th, where they say...
So that's, which date? November 14th, 2024.
Yes. And they didn't walk this back
2024.
by my recollection. They never actually said that it's more
Wait,
likely
wait,
something
November
else.
24th when? 2023?
23, yes.
Okay, so that's that's before the report that I
Before the
brought up,
one
right?
that you're going for, but the one that you're going for
Where they
doesn't
gave
actually
a-
make
where
a
they
claim
gave a
about
thing.
how likely it was that it was a rocket or not. They just said it wasn't the salvo from Islamic Jihad, but they weren't the only ones firing rockets that day, were they?
So how would Israel, so why hasn't Israel shown definitive evidence since, seeing as they have huge surveillance technology, complete control over the skies? Why haven't they shown that it was 100%
who were the
Hamas?
who were the first ones on the site of the explosion?
What do you mean?
Were the IDF the first ones on the site after the explosion, or was it not Hamas?
What do you mean it was Hamas on the site first?
As in, it was the Hamas emergency services that went there first.
You mean it was the Gaza Health Ministry who was
No,
there
not the
first?
Right.
It would have been the it's
This is a thing that, like, you know, part of the Hasbara is to refer to every civic institution within Gaza as being the Hamas, you know, right? So that, in other words, the way that they try to undermine the numbers of fatalities, right? By saying, well, you know, that was from the Hamas health, you know, ministry, right?
It's whatever institution they have that runs the fire service and the emergency service. It's not the health
Civil
ministry.
Defense Forces.
Civil defense. It was them. Yeah.
Mhm.
You're also aware that they claimed to have a piece of the munition, but they never produced
And they
it.
didn't. Well, I mean, what would be the point? Because there's no international investigators allowed in the Gaza Strip, really, is there?
Why would they not produce the evidence of the strike, though? They can show you the munition that landed there in the car park, didn't they?
Perhaps it got lost. You know, Gaza's been bombed a bit, hasn't it?
It didn't. It got lost. Are you fucking joking?
Who knows, Lonerbox, you know?
What do you mean? Who knows? Is that your
Oh, well,
analysis?
you know,
Oh,
when
who
you
knows?
bomb
I guess.
everyone-
You're
when
also
you bomb
aware
the hell
that
out of everything there.
you're
when
also-
you bomb the hell out of everything there, when you bomb it, and I've also, you know, I've met Hasan Abu Sitin. He was there, and he maintains 100% that it was an Israeli rocket that struck it. The amount of deaths that were there, that were caused, the amount of injuries, it's not consistent with any rocket that, like, any Palestinian group possesses.
How do you know that? It landed in a
Because
car
when has
park.
there ever been
What
an
happens
incident
when
where they
what happens
killed-
when a rocket lands in when there are a bunch of cars around? What do cars have
What do you
inside
mean?
them?
I don't think it would cause an explosion that big. And he also
What? Based on
maintains that it
what?
was much
Based
more
on
blades-
sorry. Based on what?
What do you mean?
Based on what? What your instincts? So you don't think because a rocket that still has fuel
Okay.
in it because it's fallen short and lands in a car
no,
park
no, no, no,
where
no,
cars
no,
are
no, no, no,
full of fuel?
Oh, hold on, Lonerbox. But the forensic architecture noted that all of those from the salvo burnt up. The rocket fuel was burnt up.
They
So what are
only
you even
analyzed
talking
one
about?
salvo. They analyzed the Islamic
Oh, so
Jihad
there were
rockets.
loads more that they just forgot to analyze. Right. I see, Lonerbox.
Can
That
you
makes a lot
contradict
of
that?
sense.
Sorry, do you disagree that Hamas were firing rockets that day as well?
Well, I mean, seemingly the big salvo was analyzed, and there seems to be no specific
Oh,
evidence.
so I'll
that
ask you the
this
question again because you're dodging it.
Okay,
Do you
what?
disagree that Hamas was firing rockets that day as well, like they posted on their Telegram?
But they're analyzing
So
Hamas firing rockets.
They
here.
were
They're
analyzing. They
hold
analyzed
on.
17 rockets from Islamic Jihad. You fucking liar! Hamas were firing rockets as well that were not analyzed by forensic architecture. No. God.
I mean, Lonerbox.
You're also aware that
if you look
at if you look at Human Rights Watch, didn't they also say that one of their weapons analysts said that in like 25 years of doing this, it's never been the case where they've been unable to produce ammunition from a strike? Like that
What do you mean?
as in every time like a rocket or a
Which
missile
report?
or an artillery shell, it was from an ex-Human Rights guy, Human Rights Watch.
But
guy.
where is it?
Let me find it for you. Wait, what claim did I just make out of interest?
You said that that there's a Human Rights Watch report where it was said that
Not a report, an ex-Human Rights Watch
Okay, great.
analyst who said that.
So forensic architecture maintain that they have debunked the claim that Israel has still not provided that it was a Hamas or Palestinian.
No, they
Islamic
haven't.
Jihad
They've just
rocket.
said no, they haven't. All that forensic
Yeah, they
architecture,
have.
all
Yeah,
they've
they have.
done.
Look at their report with Hasan Abu Sitter. They say that we have since we, among others, debunked this claim.
Which claim?
They say it.
Read
The
before
source
it.
of the blast was immediately a point of contestation. Israeli officials suggested that a failed rocket launched by Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. This seems to be the only thing you have that you're like, well, actually, Hamas did this. No, look at the October report.
The October report, which they walk back on.
What do you mean? This is October 2024.
24.
So it's a year later.
So you understand that they analyzed in that one that with the 17 rockets, that's from an Islamic Jihad rocket barrage. It's in just them.
Sorry.
And also, you also acknowledge that they are the only ones who made this conclusion that all 17 rockets were accounted for.
What do you mean? Well, I think they've done by far the most succinct analysis of it. Can you provide me another example?
No, I mean, everyone else has been clear, as well as forensic architecture as well, by the way, when they said that the crater was most consistent with a rocket. I've showed you that as well. I need to add you as a friend for you to accept.
Including the crater. Based on videos and photographs, the Earth we constructed a digital model and conducted a spatial analysis of each of the blasts, including the crater and impacts.
Yes, so
a digital reconstruction of the crater to locations of the shrapnel markings, which is the blast of the shrapnel courtyard. Much of the analysis of today's explosion has been conducted from afar. By contrast, Dr. Abu Sister's testimony offers a ground-level view. Since the start of Israel's assault, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, so why do you think it's so strange that, they would, Israel wouldn't attack this hospital when they've got a systemic pattern of...
I'm going to leave the conjecture because we can just look at... You don't even agree.
Considering all of the hospitals that they subsequently destroyed... Yeah. Like, and not like by accident, not like, as collateral, right? Like civic life in Gaza was systematically destroyed. Anything like a hospital, university, was targeted.
You don't even agree on what these organizations said. So forensic architecture.
So the idea that it's out of fucking whack, it's a like a crazy conspiratorial idea that Israel might have hit this hospital is
November 14th. They say on October 20th, we shared an image of what we suggested could be an artillery shell impact crater. This was a mistake. The image likely showed impact from a rocket. Now, if my recollection is, the crater did not change at any point between November 2023 and March 24. So forensic architecture still says likely impact from a rocket, like every other investigation that went into this. The report TikTok Boy is referring to is from a few months ago. Lonerbox is referring to a report from early 2024. Yeah, right. So that's what's getting lost in the mix here. And I will say, chat, this is definitely not starting out super well. In Chris's defense, like this is, I don't know, a third of Lonerbox's content. This is what dudes like Lonerbox and Destiny do, right? I don't know if TikTok debates are different, or if maybe Chris hasn't participated in many, but yeah, like the report that he's talking about is a report that came out more recently, is the point that Direful is making here. And the fact that Hamas and Islamic Jihad said that they had a piece of this munition, never produced it. The next day, it wasn't that it got lost in an Israeli airstrike or anything else. It's that he just said that it dissolved like salt in the water, which is what you say when you are fucking lying.
Brilliant. So do you think that this is out of line with Israel's general behavior in Gaza? Like, do you think that Israel systemically targeted hospitals?
There we go. So Simon Pierre Dubé says they filmed it being remotely destroyed, placing charges in hospitals and universities, and making TikToks. Shakespeare, Israel has destroyed every single hospital it could. Israel still hasn't let any form of aid in since the ceasefire began. Debating debate bros is like not even communication. People are talking, but the debate bro is constantly trying to find gotcha. Yeah, exactly. It's ammunition, right? Like every single, like you see how Lonerbox is sort of taken these little, made this outline of different sources and bullet points and etc. Right? These bullet points are like literally like bullet points, right? That's how they think about it. This form of debate is not a debate in search of the truth. This form of debate is a dick measuring contest, essentially an intellectual dick measuring contest, which is ironic because there's nothing particularly intellectual about this pursuit. It is, rhetorical chest pounding for the most part.
Sorry,
and the
that's
false
again. Sorry, I'm
allegations.
not letting you get away with just worming your
Get
way
away
around
with
that
what?
entire analysis
Get away with what?
and acknowledging
Worming around.
that
What, did
no
Israel
one,
not have any
not
rockets?
one,
Did Israel
that-
not have any
one,
rockets?
Qassam rockets? No.
Did Israel not have any rockets? Well, where does it say that it was a Qassam rocket? And why, if it was a Qassam rocket, there would be...
What is this? Kunzler's latest vid about Lonerbox. He conceded that he had some slip-ups, and the main purpose of the new vid was to set things straight. Yeah, we'll watch that vid after this. That's why we're watching this first, because I realized that, halfway into that vid yesterday, which we watched for bonus content, I realized that a lot in that debate referred to, or in that video, the Lonerbox video by Chris Kunzler refers to this debate. And so we're watching this first to try to get a sense of, to be able to get more out of the video.
Video footage that Israel would surely have access
Which
to. Right?
munitions? Sorry, which munitions are Israel firing into Gaza that they would say are they fire artillery? They have airstrikes. They have drone strikes. If they're saying impact from a rocket,
But also, it doesn't say that it was impact from a rocket on here.
likely
on the one I'm
they
looking
say
at
likely
currently.
showed impact from
Wait,
a
what-
rocket. Have they walked back on that? Have they changed that since in recent investigations? I don't think they have.
So, Dr. Abu Sitta's assessment, this suggested to him that the rocket was likely a fragmentation bomb. Following the blast, many news outlets cited the claim. However, our analysis suggests that the rockets identified by the Israeli army would have burned through their propellant. This is exactly what they're saying. So you keep maintaining that this is a Hamas rocket, right? But there's no example. Like forensic architecture, if you can provide me someone who's done like digital analysis like this, reconstructed what happened and says exactly the same thing, I will concede my point here. But you're just going...
So
well,
you
they said
disagree
was a
that
crater.
CNN, New York Times, Associated Press all said that this was most likely a rocket? Like a Hamas or Islamic
When
Jihad
did
rocket?
they say that? When did they say that?
They said it in November. They said it, November. So
Straight
that'd be
after
like a month
Israel
after.
went on television and said this, right?
What do you mean straight after? One is from 22nd of November, one is from November 2nd. So wait, just because Israel went on television and said it, then it could also be the
Yes.
case that Israel's claim corresponded with the truth in this one case. I don't
But
know.
I don't think it does.
You don't even know
think
what
it does.
forensic architecture said. You thought they accounted for every single rocket that was fired out of Gaza at that
Well, they're
point,
literally
when
not
all they
sa-
did was went for the Islamic Jihad salvo.
So
You don't know anything.
I mean, this is kind of like the point that you think you're a genius on. You think you're doing like some kind of brilliant military analysis, but like, let's be real. How much do
I'm
you
literally
really know
just
about
reading
this?
what the analyst said, and you're not. You're cherry picking
What
the fact that one
analyst are you
video.
reading? What analyst are you reading? Like, what analyst?
Well,
What-
first
you're
of all, I'm
a
reading
for-
forensic architecture. Then it was a
for
former
what?
UN.
The tweet from October. The tweet from October.
From
you're talking
November.
about,
From
right?
November. On
From
October,
November.
they said artillery.
From November.
Then in November.
From November of when?
23.
From November of when?
23.
From November, exactly. So I'm talking about a year later.
They've
once
never
had more
claimed.
time to
They've
look
never
at this.
changed their claim on the crater, which they said was most likely a rocket impact. Have they?
Well, they don't even say that in the 2024 one. Hold
Wow!
on.
So
The
they
bar-
haven't walked back the claim that it's most
Based
likely a
on videos
rocket,
and
which means they are
photographs
still
recorded,
bound to the claim that they think was most likely.
the digital model of the hospital and conducted a spatial analysis of features of the blast, including the crater and impacts. It doesn't say that it was caused by a rocket here. It says it suggested to him the rocket was likely to have been a fragmentation bomb. Do Hamas possess those?
You're just talking about Abu Sitas, though.
Do
aren't you?
Hamas possess fragmentation bombs? Well, he was there, and I kind of trust his testimony over Israel's.
Okay, well that's your. So
'cause he was on the ground, right?
you don't care what the investigations say.
What do you mean the investigation says? This is an investigation with forensic architecture,
I'm
where they
talking-
reconstructed what he was saying.
I'm talking about investigations from, first of all, forensic architecture when they looked at the crater and said most likely a rocket, like everyone else did. I don't know why, just because forensic architecture, who literally calls them the IOF in their Twitter threads, by the way, not a
Yeah,
particularly.
they should. It's run by
not
an
a partic-
Israeli.
So just admit you're a propaganda.
It's propaganda to admit that the Israeli armed forces are not there for defense. That the entire enterprise of the Israeli the Israeli military operation in the West Bank, in Gaza, in surrounding countries is a offensive operation rather than a defensive. Because to me, Lonerbox, it sounds like you're calling the truth propaganda. It sounds like you're blowing smoke up our asses and pretending that, like, you're claiming some kind of false neutrality. Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, no, there's nothing. That's, if you're neutral about it, you would call it the Israeli Defense Force, because that's what it's there for, defending. Anyway, defending an incursion and occupation of Palestinian land. That's great. That's great.
You don't give a fuck.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
If you're going to literally change the name of an organization to like a propaganda term, calling it the IOF, then you're just a propagandist.
But the initial propaganda was calling it the IDF.
You don't give a fuck.
What do the Israeli occupation forces mainly do, Lonerbox? Where do they serve?
What are they called is the question. They're called the IDF.
Where do they serve? No. Where do they serve?
I'm sorry, if some Orwellian government comes up with an Orwellian name for one of its ministries, are we supposed to go ahead and, like, if Trump comes up with the truth and virtue administration, am I bound to call it the truth and virtue administration? Or can I call it the Department of Bullshit?
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just call Hamas a resistance organization, even though they fired their attacks into a sovereign country. Even though they
That's a start.
their attacks into sovereign territory by international law, right?
Hold on, Lonerbox. So, right, where do Israel operate? Where are the Israeli forces predominantly?
They operate right now in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and in the West Bank.
But where are they predominantly? Where's the largest amount of forces right now and generally over the last 20 years?
West Bank.
So
that doesn't mean that
is the West Bank occupied?
That doesn't mean you have to call them.
But is the West Bank occupied?
That doesn't mean you have to call them the IOF.
No. But is it? Stop nitpicking. Is the West Bank occupied?
Yeah.
So would it be someone saying, "Well, actually"?
I just want to point out really quickly how little it takes to undermine a source for Lonerbox here. Like, yeah, well, if you call it the IOF instead of the IDF, you must be doing propaganda. You're not neutral.
Calling them a defense force when they spend most of their time defending settlements, arresting Palestinians and harming them. Would it be that inaccurate to call it?
Yeah, so should we just not call it the USSR because it's not a union of Soviet socialist republics?
I mean, if an organization wanted to, yeah.
And if an organization wanted to call them the fucking...
By Lonerbox's logic, we should take the Nazis seriously in their claims to socialism. Right? This is the kind of argument that would well, they were the National Socialists, Clearly they were doing socialism. It's not just because capitalism had a really bad name and that they called it that for propagandistic purposes. No, we gotta give the Nazis their fucking flowers, according to Lonerbox. Yeah, as true socialists, right? That's fucked up, guy. That's fucked up.
Batshit Central Command, like famine overseers. Really, that would be okay because that's what they were. Yeah, and you would trust the historian who calls them that. Okay, that's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's kind of dumb.
I mean, Lonerbox. What's Israel done over the last, month? What's it not allowed into Gaza?
Journalists.
No, not just journalists. But food, water, anything, right? They're calling it Hell's Plan.
Okay.
So, what, you think...
There we go. New CIA drone pilot's got one for me. It's called DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. Irene, get it right if you call it anything else. Hey, you're doing propaganda. Like, never mind the propagandistic, naming of the department. The department. It's not even a department, right? In the first place, right? Let's pretend that calling it the... Wait, I feel like some people had some good rebrandings of what Doge actually should stand for. I just can't remember them right now.
Calling them famine.
Wait, why am I letting you dodge the fact that you still don't actually...
Oh, wait, I know it.
Architecture investigate. You thought they accounted for...
Yeah, Doge stands for dickhead oligarchs get everything.
Every rocket that was fired that day.
Lonerbox. The whole point
no one has proven. So apart from Abu Sita on the apart from Abu Sita, you're shouting. I'm shouting. I'm just matching
you.
But
also, what your point here is, and what you're trying to say to me is, you don't know exactly what happened. Oh, wow.
Well, these are claims that you brought up, by the way. You brought up these claims.
What I am saying is...
Also, this is a former UN war crimes investigator.
Can you not talk
Former UN war crimes investigator. In 20 years of investigating war crimes, there's always a piece of bomb, and I've never... And yeah, this is the first time in 20 years.
I do that.
Even 3.
Oh! Look, like this. You see what Chris is doing, right? He's finally frustrated. He's trying to have a conversation with Lonerbox. That's not what this is about. That's not what debate in general with these assholes is about. It's definitely not like, trying to ferret out the truth. So instead, if we're gonna do this, right, let's go ahead and bring in his sect sting of his fans. Right, this is another guy, much like Chud Logic, who looks at his Discord and sees it as like as a dating app, basically. As like looking which of my fans can I get in DMs with, right?
So Lonerbox,
even
right,
3 wars in Gaza.
I do that, right, is a reference to Lonerbox's screenshots of Lonerbox talking to one of his fans, and they're proposing different sex acts, and at each one Lonerbox says, I do that.
And he hasn't seen a single piece
over
of
and over
a
again. You're going to shout over and over me again.
From this
The point in my video was not what I mean. I knew you would do this. You're just a debate lord. You're like, oh, you don't know every single thing.
You've literally dodged every single fucking point that
but
gets
let me just say something, Lonerbox. Let me just say something. The point in my video was Israeli spokesmen like to lie. They go on television. They make outlandish claims to say something that they cannot prove, that they cannot verify. Why do they do that? Well, they spread disinformation to fuel their narrative. What did Israel begin to do on a far larger scale after
just
they
waiting for you to make a
hospital?
single substantial point on the investigation or on the Bibas children or anything else? Like, this is just narrative. Like, just give me a point.
How is it narrative? How is it narrative, Lonerbox? It's a very
because you're not saying anything, because you just realized that you have no fucking idea what any of these investigations have their consensus on the Al Ali blast. You don't know. I mean, you don't know what the consensus is on the Al Ali blast.
I don't know what the consensus is. Lonerbox, I
you don't. The consensus is that it was most likely a rock.
The vibe says Lonerbox does not want to get into international law. Yeah, that's not helpful for any of his arguments.
Because you keep saying I'm dodgy. You keep saying that I can't answer things. So why I brought this up was to say Israeli spokesmen lie on TV. Do they lie on TV? Do they spread lies? You said it was to fire up their army, whatever the fuck that means. But really, you know why they lie, don't you? To discredit Palestinians and make it seem like they spread lies. And so Israel could then go on and attack more.
Isn't this literally why every army lies? Like, do you think, why does Hamas lie?
What do you mean?
Why does Hamas lie?
But like, why are you saying?
Why does Hamas lie? Yeah, why do they lie?
What do you mean? Why do Hamas lie? For their own gain, but we're talking about Israel lying. Why are you just pivoting to Israel?
I'm not pivoting, but you're just asking why a particular army lies. Yeah, probably for the same reason that spokespersons from every army lies. Is there something special about the way Israel lies?
That isn't. Yes, because they have systemically attacked hospitals since. It is not outlandish to think, okay, let's add up this forensic
the claim wasn't about raiding hospitals. The claim was about airstriking a hospital and killing. The claim was about airstriking.
100% think Israel does that.
The claim was about airstriking a hospital, flattening the building, and killing 500 people. That was the original claim.
It was never flattening the building.
Well, the original claim was that it killed 500 people. You'd have to probably flatten the building to do that.
I think it's now claimed. I mean, on the ground, mate. If you're dealing with 400 bodies in front of you,
but you do actually admit that that 500 claim was bullshit, right? You actually
it's 471.
Yeah, and you admit you admit that 471 was bullshit.
Yeah, that's right, Shakespeare. By Lonerbox's logic, or Simon Pierre, by Lonerbox's logic, the DPRK is democratic in nature. It's right there. It's right there in the word. How dare you? Dare you take that away from them?
No one else confirmed anything close to that.
I mean, well, the problem is, Lonerbox, is I would love them to be able to confirm it, and someone's going to confirm that.
You can't do it.
Hold on, but why can't that happen, Lonerbox?
There were international aid workers on the ground when that happened.
But it's not just international aid workers. There's no one allowed to go in by Israel. Why do they keep denying full UN investigations into October the 7th? Why do they keep denying journalists to go into Gaza, international journalists? Why do they keep allowing UN journalists?
What does that have to do with the fact that there were... What does that have to do with the fact that there were international aid workers on the ground when that strike happened? So yes, the 471 claim is bullshit because there were already international people on the ground.
Hasan is one of them. What is your point here? Hasan Abu Sitta is one of those international aid workers who maintains what he saw. And he said no one asked him, from Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, all of these places. They chose to not speak to him. Now, my point point here, and even in the video, I actually say what forensic architecture cannot say is definitively who struck this, but what they can say is that Israel lied. And that was the point there. And what you
can they not say, did Hamas not lie about the strike as well? They said 471 people died. That was a lie. That didn't happen.
Oh my God, no, I love this rebranding of Doge by Zavara. Department of Giardia and Excrement. There we go. Iraq says Department of Getting Everyone's Private Information. That's a Doge PI. Oh, Doge PI, doesn't that sound like a bad like 80s show rebranded with like a who the fuck is even in the PI show, chat? Department of Giardia Eating. There we go. I was going to say Department of Giardia and Excrement, but yeah, sure, that works too. They're both shouting. Yeah, this is getting shouty. I like how Lonerbox is looking for reasons to discard scholarships of historians. Well, yeah, he'd rather make this like a media argument. Department of Grimes's X. Nice, nice. Data on getting erections. Okay, I'll accept that. Lena managed to stump Lonerbox in the same way. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that, Rave. In the same way when she asked what else is left for Palestinians to do but fight. Yeah, right? To be fair, they were both just British guys. They do scream by. There's a little bit in the tone that's a bit of, comes across that way.
How do you know it's a lie? How do you know it's a lie?
Because there were international aid workers on the ground and people corroborated their claims of how many people died. And then it was, what report? Do you mean what report? Like you did a UN report to show how many people died on one day? You trust the health? Wait, you trust the health ministry?
He has Chris super quiet on his stream. I noticed that with Tyler too. Yeah, when I was reacting to and I never ended up putting this out, chat, because like it took forever to get the video edited and then to do my reaction of it. And I never put the, it's on stream, right? But, I noticed some real shenanigans going on in the Tyler Lonerbox debate. Cause what I did to create the, debate, was combine Tyler's and Lonerbox's stream. And when I did that, I found out that there were spaces where Lonerbox just straight up had Tyler muted, and he was definitely turned down. So I had to correct the audio. And
wait, what do you mean? Where's the report?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Where's the report? Like what report? Like a news report?
What's your point here? So apparently, the United States estimates between 100 and to 300 killed. Al-Shifa estimates 250. Gaza Health Ministry estimates 471. Either way, Lonerbox, I do think that's splitting hairs.
So 471. Wait, so it's
at minimum.
So there's a lot.
Minimum.
Do you know what else is splitting? Do you know what else is splitting hairs? Arguing over an Al Jazeera video of a rocket that everyone thought looked like it was the one that hit the hospital, and then saying, "Oh, well, that one wasn't actually the rocket, and therefore the IDF lied." Like that's that would be splitting hairs. Would be
no. The IDF never lies, Lonerbox.
Oh, well, this video wasn't actually the rocket that struck the hospital, but everyone still agrees it was a rocket.
Pointing to a still from
everyone still agrees it was most likely a rocket.
Mid-air explosion. He claimed that this footage captured the misfiring rocket. So he claimed directly that it captured it. He didn't just say, "Oh, sorry, excuse me." Sorry, Lonerbox, I haven't got much respect for you, so I didn't mute my mic. But anyway, Peter Lonerbox went on and lied, right? So like. Sorry, I just have mixed up words there.
Blew it right in his face.
Peter Lerner went on and lied, right? Like that. That happened. So that happened. That's
and Hamas lied as well, though, didn't they? The health ministry lied about it as well.
But you keep saying Hamas lied. You keep saying
they did
Hamas
lie.
Lied. Hamas about what?
About the death toll. No one else agrees with it.
But what would it matter if there was? Okay, so
what would it matter if it was a different rocket and not the one in the video?
Wait. Did I catch that right? It is. Okay, this went down a couple weeks ago, right? This debate was posted a couple weeks ago, right? But it's still in April of 2025. Are we really saying what I think Lonerbox is claiming here? Like, it sounds like he's disputing the death total, which I do believe is wrong. Like, the counts that you'll see of the death total in Gaza, I do believe those are wrong. But it sounds like Lonerbox is saying that those numbers are inflated, right? These numbers, which have not been updated, in like a year or more, because the organization that was keeping count of them no longer is able to operate in Gaza, right? If anything, the numbers are incorrect. They're undercounting the number of deaths in Gaza.
About what?
About the death toll. No one else agrees with it.
But what would it?
No one else agrees with the death toll. Am I getting this right, chat? Yeah, I mean, like, sensible people think that death toll is undercounting the actual death toll. Think that there are people, underneath rubble that whose deaths will probably never be counted, right? Or think that Israel has done its best to keep journalists out of there, or anyone who can make an accurate count specifically for that purpose of keeping an accurate count of all the deaths and casualties that took place from ever being made.
Okay, so
what would it matter if it was a different rocket and not the one in the video? It's split. Why is one splitting hair and one isn't?
Well, still even, Lonerbox.
Why is one splitting hairs and one isn't?
Okay. The Lonerbox.
Why is one splitting hairs and one isn't?
Says 471. They've been pretty accurate on every. In fact, they've undercounted the deaths in Gaza. Can you admit that?
Yes. Why is one splitting hairs and one isn't?
But
okay, so he is okay, so look. For the record, he is admitting that the deaths are undercounted. Okay.
No, it's not debate, Lord. It's just that you think it's splitting hairs. You think it's splitting hairs to fabricate 270 deaths, but it's not splitting hairs.
Wait, to fabric? I'm not sure. I thought I was going to give him credit there for saying the deaths are undercounted, but like what he's
to say that it was actually this video of a rocket when it was something else.
What?
Why is one splitting hairs but not the other?
Because one influenced massive amounts of international news, and the other one, regardless of how many people died.
Every fucking news organization walked back on the 471 claim.
All you can do is shout over me to make yourself feel better, whilst your chat are all like, you're so great. But the truth is, Lonerbox, right?
Let's be frank.
Let's end this here. I just have a loud voice, mate. Let's end this here.
I just have a loud voice as well.
No. You're actively raising your voice. My voice is just very loud. It's something that people always.
Okay, well, I need to match your loud voice. What's wrong with that?
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant, Lonerbox. You really are like a very.
Yeah, go on, quick. You have to make a point. Come on, don't be about the bush. Go on, make a point.
The whole point of my video was Israel lied. But you know as well, you call me.
But you also don't understand. But you seem to have missed the fact that Hamas lied as well, and also influenced all the headlines.
You seem to have missed the fact that Israel, said we didn't strike this hospital. Israel has then gone to a strike hospital after hospital. Forensic architecture says Israel hasn't proved what they said. Israel had,
so that's what I don't get, though. That's what I don't get.
Why would they send a spokesman on to just say things?
Why
would you do that?
That's what I don't get, though.
If you're a professional army, why would you go on and say we definitively know that this was a Hamas or Islamic Jihad? It's not even a news organization, Lonerbox. That is an army that went on and said those things. Anyway, you also call me a terrorist for saying that Chen Kugel might lie. Hold on. You call me a terrorist for saying that Chen Kugel might lie.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said you were...
Wait, that's so wild, right? We just established who this Chen Kugel character is, and he's been caught lying. Like he was the one that was giving credence to that beheaded babies claim. I mean, I guess maybe lying isn't technically what it was, since he was but just essentially leading people, misdirecting people to think that Hamas. And look, you want to understand how important this claim was? All right, what did Israel call Hamas post October 7th? I'll forgive you for not remembering it. They compared Hamas to ISIS, right? And they said, what did we do with ISIS? We got rid of them. We destroyed them, right? And so this claim that Hamas equals ISIS, how do we make that claim? With this specter of beheaded babies, right? What did ISIS do that shocked everybody's consciousness? They beheaded people on television. So what are we going to claim about Hamas? We're going to claim that they purposefully cut the heads off of babies. This was key. This was a pillar of the Hasbara post-October 7th, allowing Israel the moral legitimacy to do what it's done, to exercise this campaign of genocide in Gaza, because they have to destroy Hamas. They know that by doing another incursion into Gaza, they will not destroy Hamas. They will actually increase recruitment for Hamas. They will legitimize a, militant resistance group that rises up, and they will, they're not going to eliminate them. They're, going to replenish them, essentially, is what they're going to do. Right? And so then they're replenished. So what does that let Israel do? Continue killing. What has Israel done? Faked a ceasefire to get some hostages back, and then dipped out of the ceasefire, stopped it at phase 1, and continued killing. Right? That's why not only is this Chin Kugel guy a fucking liar, not only is he contributing and in a way that allows him plausible deniability too, right? Because I can see the words that he said, kind of give him an out to say, well, the heads were blown off. I don't know if it was by a, knife or by a RPG, but, right. So, and there's no determination even in terms of like which ordinance, did this decapitation. But I just want you to understand that not only is this guy a proven liar, but he helped construct one of the pillars that gave Israel the moral license to conduct a genocide, right? You understand what I'm saying here? Like, this is crucial.
Because you basically said that you didn't think that...
And this is the guy that apparently Lonerbox is calling Chris a terrorist, sympathizer, terrorist supporter for not believing.
U.S. children were strangled because you saw a tweet of a screenshot of what looked like a ChatGPT answer that said, what did it say? Yeah, it's hard to analyze death, cause of death at 14 months after the fact. Difficult to.
I think that's pretty plausible, Lonerbox. I feel like from,
pretty plausible, yeah, because you just jumped to a conclusion about fucking murdered baby for no fucking reason other than the fact that you want Hamas to win and you're upset that they're not winning. That's it.
Hold on.
You had no evidence. You had nothing. You didn't even look into the fact that it wasn't even Hamas that had the fucking...
What the fuck? Not believing a proven liar is proof that Chris wants the terrorists to win. Oh my God.
Can you show me the autopsy report?
The report from the forensics was that they were strangled.
No. Where is this autopsy report? Because I haven't seen it anywhere.
Really? So wait, do you think the health ministry should
release?
Do you think the health ministry should release every autopsy report?
Well, I think maybe in the case of like this.
Okay. So it's you only want it from the health. You only want it from Israelis, but not from the health ministry. I see. It's almost as if there are a million. You don't want you want autopsy reports from every death in the health ministry before you believe it. What
ministry are you talking about? Well, it's a very specific death, isn't it, Lonerbox? But anyway,
why does it matter if it's a specific death? You realize there are a million reasons why people. Why do you think? So you think the family? So you think the family
Israel made
should
a very
publish?
serious claim.
So you think?
So chat, we're about 6 minutes out from the conclusion of this debate. At least what Lonerbox has posted. After watching this, we're gonna switch to Chris's video on Lonerbox, and then we're going to watch that. And what do we have left? We have 2 hours left on the clock. So, really plenty of time to go through this. And if we're at 40% out of 100% on the dono goal. And so, just 60% away from getting some bonus content. What is winning right now? I haven't checked in a while to see if things are different. It looks like Crash Out Continues is still ahead with Olimey and Friends going over the iDubbbz Content Cop. That's some interesting content to me in a close second place. And TYT Rebellion Pack Fires Woo in third place. Group Chat that ended democracy in fourth place. So remember, you still have time to vote. 144 of you have so far. And you can vote for which of these topics that you want. Also, if you want to affect the results of the poll.
It's Noel underscore by super chatted $5. It started over. Pork.
Yes, pork indeed. Actually, that's moo in Thai to say pork. But no, wait, what started it over? Oh, the butterfly goal. Yeah. Wait. Oh no, it's wrong. It's wrong. Let me remove goal. Remove this goal and then start it over again with, I think we've got, 2 hours. God damn it. That means that Narwhal's vote's not going to see, chat, I've got limited choices here. You'd think that I can say, okay, 9 super chats, right? Nope. I got 1 super chat. I got 5 super chats. I got 10 super chats. I got 15. Yeah, right. Those are my choices, right? And then set timer. You'd think I could set it for any time I want. Nope. 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour, 45 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Defaults to 30 minutes, which is what I just set the one on last time, which is wrong. So there we go. And it is starting over because we missed the last one. Yeah, 2 hours to hit 10 super chats, and we did not quite get there. So Mudang is bouncy pork, kind of. But yeah, we're gonna finish this Lonerbox debate. It's just really frustrating, and it sucks that Chris. I don't know how much Chris knew about Twitch poll, the Destiny cinematic universe, and Lonerbox specifically, but I don't think that Chris was expecting a discussion in such bad faith that he walked into. But yeah, we're gonna finish that, and then we're gonna watch the video on that Chris put out after this debate. And then possibly afterwards, here, let me update this. We're at 45%, so we're at 45 out of 100. We are just a mere 55 away from hitting the bonus goal and keeping me on for a little longer. One of other ways to keep me on for a little longer, if you support me on Twitch, whether that is through a follow, whether that is through a Twitch Prime sub, which you can do for free, using your Prime, or whether you are getting yourself a jellyfish or gifting the gift of jellyfish to others, any of these actions will cause that timer to go up and will keep me on for longer. So I've given Twitch a special way to do that. Seems like this would be a trial by fire for Chris. He seems like a smart person, though, so hopefully he learned a bit on how to deal or not deal with DGGers. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's just used to like academic debates, which are generally, a search for truth. Like you're trying to find the truth, right? As opposed to this, moo should be beef. Yeah, you'd think so, right, George? That's what I thought too when I first learned that word for pork. And but I only know that word so I can say, my sai moo. Don't put pork, please. Irene owes us a Mudang video where she mukbangs butterfly pea. Oh my gosh, chat. I still have more of the butterfly pea tea, but I ran out of coconut water. And also I realized that when you have fresh coconut water, you can't drink the bottled stuff anymore. There's such a difference between the the flavor of a fresh if you just get a coconut and take the water out of it, or if somebody extracts it fresh versus, hey, good morning, Vamp, it's good to see you. But yeah, I was just taking a little break to let us know where we're at as far as the poll goes, what bonus content that you're likely to expect, how to get there. Again, I'm sorry about the butterfly goal. I put 2 hours on there. We ran out of time. I should have been letting you know where the timer was at, but I lost track of it because I've got so many things to check here. We do need some Moidang. Moodang. I don't know what Moidang would. Moidang be like hippo boxing? Baby hippo boxing would be Moidang.
The family should publish the health ministry, the forensic report, just to
Israel
make you
had
happy.
already made the decision to go against what the Bibas family wanted, right? Like Israel, used it for political gain.
Did they want the forensic report with the photographs and everything to be published?
Well, you could redact the photographs.
No, they didn't. Did they want the forensic report published or not?
But the forensic report isn't published.
Did they want it published?
But they didn't want anything that the Israeli government did. So
did
the Israeli government has
did they want the
that.
forensic report published?
Sorry. What do you mean?
That's the only question that matters. Did they ask to publish their forensic report or not?
They published things about the family without actually asking. And anyway,
it's really funny this back and forth that they're having as reductive and like ad hom and reliant it is on just debate tactics, right? The chat is it's going over the head of most of the chat, right? I'm seeing people say he's a George, he's a they're saying Bad Empanada's name, the Bad Empanada, the human STD simp. They're just repeating like Ethan, like failed Ethan memes in the chat. That's the level at which the chat is actually engaging here.
So the family doesn't want things published without asking.
Yeah, and the Israeli government did it anyway.
So you don't. So they shouldn't. So what's the problem then? Should they not publish? Should they publish the forensic report against the will of the family?
I mean, they've already published whatever they wanted. So
we're talking about that. We're talking about the forensics. Hang on. We're talking. You have two standards.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership. New CIA drone pilot. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
We're talking about the Forensics Institute.
And look at that, chat. That put 6 more minutes on the time for the stream. So extra bonus for supporting me on Twitch.
I agree. They shouldn't publish information.
Well, the Forensic Institute, I think that the Forensic Institute already spoke. But anyway, Chen Kugel said that he saw beheaded babies on October the 7th.
No,
yep.
Never quoted directly.
Oh my God! Look. Okay, so I'm guessing what Lonerbox is is hanging his hat on here is the fact that Chen Kugel was a little cagey about his claims. He said words that would lead one to believe that babies, were likely like beheaded, but he left himself that wiggle room. He left himself that escape hatch, right? Like I said, this is one of the chief architects. This is Israel's chief forensic pathologist. He is also a chief architect of the propaganda that gave Israel the moral license to, to fucking death on Gaza. Right, the claim of the beheaded babies is what gives you Hamas equal ISIS, and what do we do with ISIS? We eliminate ISIS, right? When you say eliminate Hamas, that gives you license to literally just kill in Gaza. And what has Israel been doing? Oh yeah, kill, pretty much, and then a little ceasefire here that they didn't really adhere to too well. And then they break out of the ceasefire and kill again. That's what's been going on. You would think that after maybe breaking the ceasefire, you would think after a ceasefire is signed, there's an exchange of prisoners, and then the second phase, they don't even go into the second phase. You would think that after that, maybe people like Lonerbox would be like, okay, yeah, Israel's kind of fucked. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong side of history. I apologize. Right? You'd think that would cause some change, but no, this is after the fact. The Lonerbox is still arguing Hasbara.
Paraphrased.
No. There's a video of him. I promise.
Yeah, there's a video of him talking about the youngest person that he saw that was beheaded was a girl 8 or 10. He didn't even say he knew. He didn't even say he knew how she was beheaded. You realize that when people go between Hebrew and English.
Where are you sending me things?
He is defending the literal architect of the propaganda that allowed Israel to do a genocide. That's what Loner. Don't miss the point of that, right? That this is key to lock in on.
I'll put it in there.
You have to accept my friend's request.
I'm not accepting your friend request. Go in your introductions.
Are you?
Chat, I have friends on Discord that are definitely not my friends, right? A friend request on Discord is just like it gives you the ability to do like a number of things, right? But Chris is like, I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend.
See that you wouldn't accept a request on Discord to get a message sent to you?
Yeah, bro, I don't want to see.
Why? That's so fucking.
Because I'm not your friend. Because I'm not your friend, Lonerbox.
It's just to send you a fucking message, bro. What the fuck?
Lonerbox, you're like 40.
What's wrong with you?
You're shouting at me. You're 40.
I'm not shouting. I'm laughing at you. I'm deriding you.
You are shouting at me. But anyway,
you're upset that they didn't. You're upset that they didn't release a forensic report, even though you know.
Is Lonerbox 40? I don't know about that. Is he? I don't. I have no idea how old he is.
Want it published? Why?
What do you mean? Because Israel already publishes whatever it wanted against the family's will. Anyway, I sent you the video in introduction.
What do you mean? Israel, first of all, the Forensics Institute is its own institution, okay? And it's clear
but it doesn't... Come on, mate.
They would have needed
Israel's...
permission. They would have needed permission to send the forensics report out to the public, and obviously they didn't want to do that. So why would they? Your evidence is you don't even know who held them hostage. You thought it was Hamas.
I didn't know it was the Mujahideen Brigade.
No, not in your stream. You didn't. You lying cunt. You said that it was Hamas the whole time. You lied,
mate,
or you didn't even do your due diligence.
What do you mean?
So you talk about expressing.
I was on a stream.
You talk about expressing skepticism, and you uploaded the video from your upload. Yeah, you uploaded that video,
honestly,
and the entire time you said it was Hamas. You didn't even bother to check who had them hostage. What a fucking fraud! Get the fuck out of here. Leave me alone. Fucking hell. Waste of time. Jesus Christ. All to lie about a fucking dead baby who got strangled by their captors. Okay, waste of time. Ugh.
How does it feel to talk to a TikTokers?
There's a particular energy, isn't there?
Bro, why do you think people call him Chris?
I love the idea that it's like, no, that's the TikTokers that are weird. It's not us Destiny orbiters, right? And like, granted, like I don't think Lonerbox is still on that Destiny, clout train. I think he got all the clout that he needed from Destiny showing himself to be an absolute creep. And Lonerbox is only slightly less of a creep. Lonerbox didn't share any sort of images. Yo, look at that. There we go again with Crystal Rose. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for extending the stream just by following me. Amazing how that works. We get more time. But yeah, this is just keep in mind that he's defending the guy that literally is responsible for injecting the beheaded babies propaganda. I love how these people will benefit from the beheaded babies propaganda. We'll use that as a quiver in their, or an arrow in their quiver, right? Until it's debunked. And then they just slowly, like, kind of Homer Simpson back away from that. They disappear into the bushes and act like they're, we're never a part of that, right? But he's still, like, dick riding the forensic pathologist that injected that shit into the discourse in the first place. But yeah, they're talking about, like, imagine being a TikToker. Yo, imagine being a fucking debate bro in 2025, right? Imagine being somebody who owes his entire career to Destiny and has, until Destiny, like, fucking released images of your friend unconsensually in a sexual situation, right? And yeah, you're better than Destiny, Lonerbox, because you only used your Discord as a freaking dating app. I'd do that. He did that, chat. He did that. So I don't know. Do we need to listen to him commiserate with his Discord, another Discord kitten here, who knows what the DMs between this person and Lonerbox read? I don't want to find out, chat. My stomach is turned already. Let's watch Chris's video here. So yeah, we're still in the same spot with the crash out continues in first place. Olimi and friends. In second place, we are now at 51%, so we were over halfway there. I believe there's a song about living on a prayer that contains that. Scotland does not claim him, says Marmar. I will. Yeah, that's valid, Marmar. Lonerbox is in his early 30s. That's what I thought. Yeah, I don't think he's 40. I think this is just something that people have been using. Dude, you're 40. Dude, you're 40. You're 40 and you're yelling on the internet. Yeah, I don't know. He's making a mistake of letting Lonerbox guide the discussion. Yeah. I mean, look, like I said, I don't get the feeling that Chris has participated in one of these debates. But the whole point of what that guy was saying is like, oh yeah, now you've debated a TikToker, and it's kind of like they're all like, imagine being a TikToker, but seriously, imagine being one of these assholes in 2025. Your whole fucking genre is dead. Your parasocial clout daddy has been revealed to be an absolute creep, and you yourself, Lonerbox, are kind of a creep too. So yeah, you keep on side-eyeing, Chris for being a TikToker, while you are a literal, somebody who owes his career to Vosh and Destiny. Lonerbox defending murderous snipers as if they don't know exactly what happened, who they're shooting was remarkable to me. Yeah, that's the bad input out of video that Steve Saturnation's talking about there. Yeah, they know those are kids that they are aiming at and hit. Yeah, aiming at the head in particular, right? That's how a sniper bullet ends up in a kid's head is through that sniper, through multiple snipers taking aim. But yeah, that's where we're at with the crash out. It continues in first place, Olemi and friends. In second place, remember that you can affect the outcome of this, or whether we get bonus content at all by when you donate, whether that is a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships, which I love because it gives people the gift of weasels, the ability to post emotes, right? Is what I'm talking about. It's what happens when you give the gift of memberships to other people, get them more involved in the community. If you're supporting me on Throne, if you're signing up for my Patreon, or if you're supporting me over on TikTok, which also has the nice, the knock-on effect of that timer in the corner, that goes up every time you support me on Twitch. So Burple says, appreciate the coverage much as it's feeding my unhealthy interest in this abyss. I know it really is an abyss when we get into the debate bros. Buffy Geek showing off some of those emotes on Twitch. Yeah, the Twitch ones are nice because they're actually animated. The YouTube ones aren't animated, but they're still pretty cool. If you want to be able to post weasels, if you're wondering where those weasels are coming from, they are coming from becoming a member of the channel or getting a membership from somebody that's nice enough to share that with you through, like I said, giving the gift of weasels. Also, don't sleep on this, right? When you do support the stream in any of the ways that I just talked about, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will add your donation. I haven't gotten a lot of requests to add the donation to put the money where the mouth is, right? Only from Vox Populi, which is at what? Is it at 15% now? No, wait, 1%? Wait, I feel like it should be 6%. I think it's supposed to be 6%. So yeah. But you can, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. It'll literally add percentage points to it in the poll. So right now, how Crash Out continues is 12 points away from Olaimi and friends do the content cop, react to the content cop IDABS video. You can change that by just by letting me know that you want to see Olaimi and friends when you do a donation. So that's where we're at. We're gonna watch the Chris Kunzler video and react to that, and then from there we will see if we get some bonus content.
If you've never heard of the
I gotta pee, by the way.
content creator Lonerbox, then good for you, because I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a more moronic and risible individual than this guy. Because what Lonerbox does is
Wait, I'm sorry, what? Was that risible? Burple, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub. That's Burple paying the gift they got from Joel Saverud forward. Joel, I'm probably mispronouncing your name. Let me know how to actually pronounce it. But it looks like coffee actual. I almost said it's coffee sexual. Just got a gifted sub from Burple. So there you go. There you go. The ability to post weasels. I'm gonna take a pee really quick while Chris gets started here, and then I will come back and react to this, and we will go from there. So
he pretends to be a leftist who, unlike the radical and fringe left, has enlightened and educated takes on important geopolitical issues like Israel and Palestine, where he can understand both sides thanks to the wealth of research that he does. And I had a whole video planned out about Lonerbox's pathetic performance in a debate we had, where he refused to talk about any issues of substance and spent his time obfuscating and mocking me. But then Lonerbox handed me a gift, and this was a really wonderful gift. And
oh, wait a minute. I assumed this was going to be about the debate as well. Let's take a look at Chris's channel real quick. What do we got here? Yeah, the last video that we watched was Ethan Klein stop talking about Palestine, right? He's got a video about Elisa Laban, the confused Zionism of Ethan Klein. That's really where I became aware of Chris in the first place. Is Israel lying about the Bebas children? Oh, maybe that's what Lonerbox reacted to. Israel loves human shields, hard truth about the Palestinian Authority, a myth of Israeli settlers, and an interview with Palestinian historian Abel Razak Takriti. So if you want to give Chris a follow, I will put his channel in the chat for you. There you go. Boom. Saying the IDF snipers are too incompetent to know that they're you can add my 100 or you can add my 10 to crash out. It gets far worse as AB. That's what I'm talking about, Narwhal. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I definitely want to check out more of that. Like I said yesterday, I was like, I know that there's more. I know there's more stuff in here, right? I know there, like, because I remember watching. See, so here's my deal now, chat. Like, can I? Yeah, I should probably start doing the like in between. There we go. As many of you know, I recently moved from the United States to Thailand. One of the interesting effects of this is that I am about 12 hours off from those of you on the East Coast, and what is it, like 14 off from those of you, or is it 12 off from those on the East Coast, and 9, I don't know, chat. Wait, what? No, 15 hours, I think. 14 or 15 hours off from those of you on the West Coast, right? So everything happens at a different time now. If I want to watch the Majority Report, I got to stay up to like 1 a.m, right? To watch MR. And Ethan Klein actually comes on for me at 2 a.m. now, because I'm not entirely adjusted with my sleep schedule to Thailand's time zone. I sometimes am up at like 3, 4 in the morning. So I sometimes catch the tail end of Ethan's stream. So that's what I did with this one, with the most recent, the stream about Frogan that he recently did, right? I wake up like, in the butt crack of dawn, and before the butt crack of dawn actually, and I look at my phone and here Ethan is doing his stream. So I got to catch the tail end of this, and Chad is talking about, AB doing some cringe, posting some cringe, that there's more in there that I didn't see. We got about halfway through that video, and we'll probably pick up on that after this Chris Kunzler thing. If the excuse that the entire military are incompetent clowns who murder children all over the place by accident, then Israel should be forbidden from having a military. No, it's for defensive purposes. You don't understand, Karachi. It's they're defending Israel by being in Syria, by being in Gaza, by being in Lebanon, right? By invading other countries, right? By oppressing and occupying other people. They are defending Israel, right? In reality, if you understand what's going on here, they're doing the opposite of they are making the lives of people living in Israel, Palestine, etc., more precarious, regardless of who you are, whether you're an Israeli or whether you're a Palestinian. They're not making things more safe. They're making things more dangerous, especially long term. Wait, I feel like there was a chat that I was like right in the middle of reading. Vosh and Destiny, says Shakespeare. Lonerbox defending, there we go. I was trying to finish this one. Lonerbox defending murder snipers as if they don't know exactly what and who they're shooting was remarkable to me. Yes, they know those are kids. They are aiming to hit their heads. Yeah, absolutely. And that was what the Bad Empanada video went over. And like, he still hasn't really responded to that, right? Bad Empanada exposed Lonerbox, and there is no defense. There is no defense. I've watched a lot of live streams from Gaza, Beirut, where there was IDF in the chat who would point out every time they were about to strike. Really? Wow. They know what they're doing. I think he was a TikTok guy before. Oh, who, Chris? Yeah, Chris is on. I mean, that's his main platform is TikTok. He's just doing putting some stuff up on YouTube as well. Missing H3 is probably a breast. Well, I didn't end up missing them because I'm waking up at the butt crack of dawn for some stupid reason. At the very end of the fun half YouTube chat today, we gave Bad Empanada some boom. Wait, are you talking about like booms like the Costco guys? Like 5 big booms for Bad Empanada. Boom, 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 boom. Is that 5? I think I did 5 booms. You mean that kind of boom? It's going to be open to so many wonderful travel opportunities for you, Irene. I can't wait to see some China visit videos. I would love to visit China. Yeah, I would love to see what China actually is like, not the kind of propaganda I've been fed about it all my life. Someone unexpose him. Shakespeare BKK doesn't want to see. Bumbulum is fart in Latin. RM Brown boom boom. Wait, what is the boom boom thing? Yeah, like the 5 big booms. Is that what we're talking about? They gave him 5. That was 5. Wait, is that what we're talking about when we say the MR gave? Oh no, they gave him a shout out. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. I saw that too. Matt Lech actually mentioned Bad Empanada as a good source for. I'm trying to remember what exactly they were talking about, right? But they gave Bad Empanada as a source, and that's pretty big of them, considering that MR is a perennial target of Bad Empanada, right? He's gone off on he had a argument with Matt Bender a year or so ago, calling Matt Bender discount Sam Cedar, and he's definitely. But yeah. That being said, what I'm trying to get across, right, is that Bad Empanada is often critical of of the Majority Report. Been critical of Hasan pretty recently too, and yet they do recognize him, in his main channel as being a pretty good source for. It was about Lebanon, Hezbollah, and their inception. Was that what he was talking about? But I did see that part of the Majority Report. I had to catch it on the. I had to catch it after the fact. I had to watch the VOD. Yeah, now I'm a VODie for MR because I'm just on this weird thing, chat, where I go to sleep at 8 o'clock at night usually, if not before. It's sad. I sound like an old person here. I'm going to bed at 8. And then I'm waking up at 4:30 in the morning, like almost reliably waking up at 4:30 in the morning. So that's what I'm doing now. So everything's kind of moved around and at a different time period. But yeah, having being able to interface with people that I respect in the content sphere has become more difficult, since basically you got to catch me early in the morning. What would that be? So you got to catch me in the from late afternoon to like late night, like I'm awake, right? That's morning for me. And then there's a little bit of time late at night, which would be morning for US people that you can catch me. So it's a little more difficult to talk to people, but and to watch the shows that I'm used to watching, but I still try to catch up anyway. Anyway, chat, I don't know what I'm saying. I gotta pee. I got to pee, so I'm gonna put Chris Kunzler on for you, and this is Chris's video. I thought it was gonna be reacting to his debate with Lonerbox, but it turns out that I guess Lonerbox is just the gift that keeps on giving. When I say that, I mean he keeps on posting debunkable shit. So I think Chris is here taking the right tack on this video instead of trying to engage with Lonerbox, that font of bad faith that he is. Right? He's just gonna debunk the latest content. So I'm gonna pee. You watch this. We will see. We are now 43% away from having some bonus content. So, and we got 2 hours on the clock. So, very good very good chance of getting some bonus content tonight. Anyway, chat, I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. And here's Chris Kunzler.
Don't like the guy. I do have to.
Here, let's just rewind. I love the way he starts off. I love the way that the energy with which he starts off every video. It's very TikTok.
If you've never heard of the pro-Israel content creator Lonerbox, then good for you, because I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a more moronic and risible individual than this guy. Because what Lonerbox does is he pretends to be a leftist who, unlike the radical and fringe left, has enlightened and educated takes on important geopolitical issues like Israel and Palestine, where he can understand both sides thanks to the wealth of research that he does. And I had a whole video planned out about Lonerbox's pathetic performance in a debate we had where he refused to talk about any issues of substance and spent his time obfuscating and mocking me. But then Lonerbox handed me a gift, and this was a really wonderful gift. And whilst I really don't like the guy, I do have to hand him kudos for this, because Lonerbox tried to debunk one of the most eminent theorists of settler colonialism, Patrick Wolfe, without actually knowing what settler colonialism is. And this level of confidence is truly inspiring. It really shows that if you believe in yourself, anything is possible. You may not do it well, but you can do it.
When people try to throw it into the category of settler colonialism, especially when settler colonialism is usually understood as economic projects by capitalist powers trying to plunder nations, there's so many qualitative differences that people overlook to their peril, like to their detriment.
Now, Lonerbox, if you're going to try and discredit an entire essay, it might be a good idea to first of all read that essay, but if you can't be bothered to do that, at least have a basic idea of what settler colonialism is, because what Lonerbox says here and throughout his video is not at all what settler colonialism as discussed by Patrick Wolfe actually is, because Lonerbox seems to think that it has a lot to do with the exploitation of resources, but this is the exact opposite of what Patrick Wolfe describes settler colonialism as, because what Wolfe says is that unlike classical colonialism, the kind we would think of with, say, the British Empire and India, there may have been settlers in that place, but the principal goal of Britain's colonisation of the area was the extraction of resources and returning them to the mother colony. However, in the case of settler colonialism, as Patrick Wolfe argues, what the key goal is not the exploitation of the natives, although often this does end up happening. What it principally is their elimination, whether that is physically or culturally, so as to destroy the alternative society which these people propose.
Europeans went to places like Australia, North America, or Palestine, not in order primarily to exploit the natives, although they certainly did so, but that wasn't their primary intention. They went rather to replace the natives. They went to become Australians, to stay there over the generations, which is an entirely different kind of formation. The logic of settler colonialism, being a project of replacement, is first and foremost one of elimination.
And you know what's hilarious is that Wolfe actually showed how in America you could see both different kinds of colonization being present in the case of black people and Native Americans. Now what Wolfe spoke about was that in the 1920s there was a considerable amount of racial legislation passed in the United States, and perhaps the zenith and the most racist part of this was the one-drop law, which saw all people who had one drop of black blood, something that literally went further than the Nazis, meant that they were a black person. However, one of the problems was that in Virginia, many people saw themselves as being descended from Pocahontas, and so the colonial landowners were a bit worried about this. And so to spare these colonial landowners from becoming a native, what was done was something called the Pocahontas exception, which meant that you were not a Native American by virtue of having one drop of native blood. And what you see here is the difference between settler colonialism and classical colonialism expressed in the legacy of slavery. On the one hand, a black person, a human being seen as a useful source of cheap labour, needed to be maximised as property, whereas the Native American, on the other hand, who had no place within settler society because of the alternative that their existence posed, well, the law sought to eliminate them. This is how administrative means can be used to eliminate someone without actually having to do it physically.
You do gain something from looking at the settler colonial aspects of Zionism and the fact that they, again, even if it wasn't like settler colonialism and like exploiting the locals, because what they tended to do more often was they would exclude Arabs. They would exclude Arabs from working on areas that they owned. And they did that even though Arabs were willing to often work for less. So they could have exploited them, but they chose not to because they wanted that whole contiguous Jewish presence.
Now this part is so incredibly stupid, because what Lonerbox thinks here means that Israel was not a settler colony shows exactly why Wolf calls it a settler colony. Because the Zionist project, much more than being interested in the exploitation, was interested in eliminating the alternative society proposed by the natives. They didn't want to welcome Palestinians as workers because it would undermine the Zionist project. It would make it difficult to build a Jewish supremacist state within land that was dominated by Palestinians demographically. And so what the Zionists realized that they would have to do is they would have to take small areas.
BCAT K, thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you like my dress. It's very, it's the one thing that I have here that's like appropriate for the temperature, right? It's like 100 out. That's pretty much the temperature it is right now. This is the hot season in Thailand. So, what is it like? April, May, June is the hot season, and then we have kind of like a monsoon season, a rainy season for a while, and then in November, the tourist season starts. Like, right, it's cooler, it's more temperate, and this is the time of the year that people like to visit Thailand, and so that's when all the tourists show up. So
areas of land, populate it exclusively with Jewish people, and only allow them to work so they could create a high-wage society in order to prevent an alternative being proposed by the Palestinians. So rather than being an example of why this isn't settler colonialism, it actually shows you why it is. And this
my dress is giving Demon Slayer aesthetics, really?
This is something that Wolf and other theorists who refer to Israel as a settler colony constantly highlight. And also, rather than being part of the Zionist desire for a contiguous presence, as he tries to claim, people like Zachary Luckman, a Jewish academic, has highlighted the fact that this was actually much more a response to the difficult conditions that the Zionist project met on the ground during the period of early settlement, because most of the settlers were from Eastern Europe, and even though they didn't enjoy a brilliant standard of life, the dry crop methods of farming that they practiced in Palestine simply could not create the living standards that these people had come to expect. And Luckman talks about how this developed in his review of Gershon Shafir's Land, Labour and Zionism. So Lonerbox, when you were telling me 2 weeks ago that I didn't know anything that I was talking about, can you not see how moronic you look right now? Because you don't actually have any knowledge of the theories which people are using to criticize Israel as a settler colony. Instead, you've just read a couple of pieces by pro-Israel sources who try and debunk settler colonialism without ever critically engaging with the concept.
See, for Lonerbox, though, it's not an academic engagement. It's not even an engagement out of curiosity. Lonerbox is looking for ammo. He is a debate bro. He is looking for, points to pull out to try to do what he did. You see how he ended that debate? By literally gatekeeping Chris. Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You got a fact wrong. Oh my God, you're rinsed, son. You're done. You just fucking hang up on him, right? That's what Lonerbox is looking for. He is not intellectually curious at all. It is not a search for truth for these guys, right? It is inductive logic that starts off with, my vibes are that, fuck the pro-Palestine movement, right? That's the vibes I've got. My vibes are that, the progressives are cringe. My vibes are, right? Starts off from the, point that he wants to argue for, and then he looks for supporting the points that support his argument. It's never deductive. It's never the other way around. And you're never going to see any sort of meaningful growth from these debate bros, right? Because that's not what they're interested in. That's not how they're engaging, right? So, So here we see him trying to engage with something along the realm of the theory underlying these discussions, and just completely fumbling the bag, as it were, intellectually.
Concept.
The term colonial, but that was colonial settler. So it's from this. It's from a book called Colonial Empire, 1966. And it basically just talks about the history of colonial empires of Europe. And they talk about Portugal, they talk about Germany, they talk about France, they talk about Spain, the UK. They don't acknowledge Israel, though. And it's because, specifically, this author did not consider Israel to be settler colonial in the classical sense.
Now, once again, this part is absolutely hilarious because the confidence displayed by Lonerbox here is absolutely amazing because he decides to highlight a work from D.K. Fieldhouse from 1966 and to say, well, this guy categorized all forms of colonialism and he didn't include Israel then, so that means Israel isn't a colony now. But the key problem with this Lonerbox is that the main people calling Israel a colony at this point were predominantly Palestinians who were most likely writing in Arabic, and obviously their opinion was kind of disregarded because, I mean, at that time, no one really cared about what Palestinians and Arabs more generally actually had to say about their experiences of colonization. There is an excellent essay by Fayez Sayegh published in the mid-1960s on this topic, and if Fieldhouse had seen this, perhaps he would have seen that Israel was a colony, because seemingly later on in his life, Fieldhouse did actually clearly refer to Israel as a colony. I mean, this is from his 2006 work, but what you can clearly see here is him referring to Israel as a colony. I mean, he refers to Zionists as being seen as dynamic Europeans who, as colonists, would bring energy, skills, and capital to a derelict region. And he also uses the term future Zionist colonizers. So to bring up a work from 1966 and to say, well, yeah, this guy didn't say that Israel was a colony, so that means it's not now, is truly impressive, Lonerbox. I have to hand that one to you. And what Wolf is talking about is not exactly the same thing that Fieldhouse actually spoke about in his original work. You could clearly see that if you'd bothered to read Wolf's actual essay, rather than dismissing it and saying that it was a useless way to learn about Israel's colonization of Palestine. But the thing is that even if Fieldhouse hadn't actually said himself that Israel was a colony, it wouldn't matter, because Gershon Shafir produced Land, Labour and Zionism, which drew on Friedrichsen and Fieldhouse's typologies of colonialism to classify Israel as a pure settlement colony. And what this refers to was the pure settlement established a colony based on white labour, which together with the forcible removal of the native population allowed the settlers to regain the sense of cultural and ethnic homogeneity that is identified with a European concept of nationality. And how can you really say that this is not accurate when the slogan of one of the early Zionist political parties, Hapoel Hatzer, was a necessary condition for the realization of Zionism is the conquest of all jobs in Palestine by Jews? You literally mentioned how they excluded Arab workers even though they were...
No, you're not yapping, Burple. I don't remember it either. It was like late at night when I saw this, or early in the morning. I don't remember when, but we can take. I think we actually have time tonight if we want to take a look at what MR said about Bad Empanada. So I noticed that too. It was Matt Lesh.
Were willing to work for less and were more competent workers because they were used.
Wait, no, it was Xinjiang. It was about China. It was about the Uyghurs, right? I think that's where he cited Bad Empanada, right? Because he does kind of a new, like, if you've seen Bad Empanada's video, it's kind of nuanced. It's not, if you just class Bad Empanada as like tanky, right? It's not really what you'd expect from him. It's a more nuanced take on China's actions against the Uyghurs, right?
To the environment, and this
the caller was asking about whether Matt thinks that what Matt thinks about what China did to the Uyghurs, right? And
would fit perfectly with the person who you try and draw on to debunk Patrick Wolf. The mind honestly boggles. And this should also be coupled with the statement of Theodor Herzl, "I am a German-speaking Jew from Hungary and can never be anything but a German. At present, I am not recognized as a German, but that will come once we are over there." What Herzl is saying here is that by practicing colonization in the land of Palestine, he will be transformed into a European.
This is an ignominious tradition that Herzl is talking about here. And it is true. You can see it in the United States. At various times, various groups of immigrants have been considered lesser, or even not included in the framework of whiteness, right? And the way that they work their way up into inclusion is usually by being the boot end of oppression against other groups that are more on the outside, right? In the case of Irish people, being hostile to black people, right? That's and so Herzl is basically saying we Jewish people will enact settler colonialism, will become an outpost for the West in Israel, which kind of follows along the line of the West's treatment of the Holy Lands, right? And thereby earn our equality, earn our equal status, right? He's saying, I'm not considered a German because I'm a Jew, but we'll go into Israel. We will be the Western colonial outpost there, and thereby we'll earn our equality. It's
European. He will
really gross.
Get to experience European nationalism for himself. And you could also highlight the fact that Herzl talked about forming a rampart of Europe in the Middle East. And Max Nordau, another key early Zionist figure, also spoke in an incredibly similar manner. Like, honestly, sitting there and trying to say, well, Israel didn't want to bring a culture from Europe there. They wanted to bring something different is so funny, because it doesn't align even with what the early Zionists saw. What settler colonialism really constitutes, in the words of Arij Sabakhuri, is an analytic framework that enables the examination of numerous cases, for example, Brazil, North America, Canada, Israel, Australia, and South Africa, although it is worth noting that Wolff himself debated whether you could even consider South Africa as a settler colony, because in spite of the massive presence of settlers, there was also a keen interest in exploiting the local black population and extracting resources from the place. And another good reason to include David Ben-Gurion here is that Elizabeth Thompson quotes Ben-Gvir as saying that, like the pioneers who settled in America, we will fight wild nature and wilder redskins. Ben himself was already doing settler colonial theory before it even existed, because he knew clearly that, yeah, this isn't exactly the same as America, but what we are going to do there is a similar process where we will fight against nature and also the natives in order to establish a new society there. And this is also another key part of settler colonialism. How the settler sees the native society is all one. It is like a flora and fauna that needs to be removed in order for the settler society to flourish in that land. There are many differences between these settler colonies, such as the point at which settling occurred, whether they'd urbanized and created centers before, such as in the cases of Canada and Brazil, whereas in America you had people settling before you really had any kind of urban centers. And when it comes to Zionism, there are of course differences. You have the fact that there is no real one singular mother country, but settler colonial theorists tend to address this with the fact that, well, the British Empire would eventually come to back up the Zionist project and acted as a mother colony through the appointment of figures like Herbert Samuel, an avowed Zionist who openly supported the Zionist project and used his power in order to ensure that it would succeed. And so, as Zachary Lockman argues, it is very difficult to know where the Zionist project would have ended up were it not for the support of the British. Now, Lonerbox is correct to note that initially the conditions in Palestine were not conducive to Zionist settlement. In fact, Baron de Rothschild, someone who had been heavily involved in the settlement project of Algeria, had sought to revolutionize the small handful of Jewish settlements in the late 1800s. However, he quickly soured on the project as it was pretty clear that he wasn't going to make any financial return. It's why the early Zionist project floundered so much. In fact, whilst David Ben-Gurion was campaigning across America in the early 1910s, he could barely muster up 100 Jewish people who were willing to go and settle in Palestine. All of this changed, however, when Zionism got its imperial backer, the British. Ben-Gurion was able to convince a crowd crowd of 2,000 people to pledge they would devote their energy to building a national home in Palestine. He managed to recruit 1,500 volunteers to depart immediately to Palestine on his first fundraising tour after the Balfour Declaration, which was of course a huge increase over the 100 pioneers he had been able to recruit over the previous 2 years. And even if you want to disregard this, what the Zionist project had was the World Zionist Organization, which was a group of international Jewish people ideologically committed to the project of Zionist colonialism in Palestine and willing to throw considerable amounts of capital at that project with no expectation of major returns. And Wolf, the man who you dismissed, deals with this excellently. He says, first of all, always the frontier was led from behind by speculators, but also how does this have any consequence for the Palestinians? Although there was no singular mother country backing it, they still experienced dispossession in a similar way to the Native Americans and such. Although it was through purchase, there are clear examples of violence, coercion, and many other duplicitous tactics in order to expel the Palestinians and destroy the society which existed in Palestine prior to Zionist colonization.
Quotation marks mostly empty. Choo-choo train, if you can prove otherwise, that the Zionists initially mostly settled in parts of Palestine that were already inhabited in 1880 for the 20, 30, 40 years. Feel free to show me. Otherwise, just cope.
And I've decided that I'm not going to include the full segment of what Lonerbox says here, but he encourages a chatter who mocks him for saying that Palestine was mostly empty to take their own life. And I just have to say, this is a 33-year-old man. How pathetic and miserable do you have to be to respond this way to some random chatter on the internet? I have been live. People have said heinous things to me, and never would I want...
Heinous? Chat. Back, like, is this how heinous is pronounced in British English? Is it pronounced heinous? Because it's just weird, because, like, there's not a lot of words that rhyme with penis. But I guess they have one in the UK.
Think, yeah, I should respond this way to a random person over the internet. It is sad and pathetic, Lonerbox. And the funniest part is that in many ways this chatter is correct. Because Ahad Ham, an early Zionist settler, said that when Zionists had claimed, oh, Palestine is an empty land, there's no one living there, he said it was hard to find a space that was not owned by Palestinians. Similarly, Yitzhak Epstein, an early Zionist settler, spoke of the founding of Rosh Pina, a settlement set up in the early 1880s in the Eastern Galilee, and what Yitzhak Epstein said of the founding was, if we do not wish to deliberately deceive ourselves, we can certainly admit that we have thrown poor people out of their derelict homes and taken away their livelihood. Whence will the castaway turn with only a few coins to his name? To this day, the lament still rings.
Yeah, that's right. We have Venus. What else? Is there any other word that rhymes with it? I mean, I want to make weenus a word, but I think it's not.
In my ears, the weeping of the Arab women on the day their families left the village of Jaouni, which is Rosh Pina, to go and settle in the Hauran, which lies beyond the Jordan River to the east. The men rode the donkeys and the women followed them, walking and weeping, and the entire valley reverberated with their moans. From time to time they would stop and kiss the rocks. And also Haim Margaliot Kalvarisky, who was the director of the Jewish Colonization Association and bought 25,000 acres in Palestine, also said of his early settlement activity in 1919, over the 25 years of my colonizing work, I have dispossessed many Arabs, removed them from their land, and you realize that this work, removing them from their land, people who were born on it, as were perhaps also their fathers, is not at all something to be trifled with, particularly as the dispossessor does not consider the dispossessed a herd of sheep, but rather human beings with a heart and soul. I had to carry out the dispossessions because the Yeshuv required this of me, but I always tried to perform this surgery easily and conveniently so that it wouldn't be so painful for the dispossessed. I would also try to make sure that they do not leave their land empty-handed, and that they offendees, who were always the mediators between sellers and buyers, do not rob them blind. But of course, rather than confront this or even think about it, you would rather speak to someone in this way. What a moron you truly are, Lonerbox. But I would also like to say that even if this was the case, it really wouldn't matter, because
we're starting to get that. You're getting this, chat, the Finkelstein energy out of him. I'm feeling Norm here.
Because clearly, in the early...
Here, let me show you what I'm talking about.
In this way. What a moron you truly are, Lonerbox. But
What a moron, you truly... That's totally Norm.
I would also like to say that even if this was the case, it really wouldn't matter, because clearly, in the early 1900s, the Zionists moved towards the project of Hebrew exclusivist labour. They made it clear that they didn't see the Palestinians as having a part in the society that they were seeking to
I hope he's better than Norm. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't crash out on trans people like Norm does from time to time.
create. So these new settlements that they were creating in that land, eventually with the support of the British Empire and the declaration...
Chat, can you imagine? Oh my god. Like, it's probably just me wish casting. It's probably me wish casting that something not horrible, like, that would... Like, as long as what's going on in Gaza continues to go on in Gaza, like, Norm is going to be mainly like a voice on that issue. But prior to October 7th, Norm was also known as kind of an anti-wokeness sort of guy, right? A la Glenn Greenwald, basically, you know, like that kind of vibe. And yeah, you know, just has some heinous thing to say about... But I'm just imagining a world in which the discussion is Norm Finkelstein's crash out instead of Ethan Klein's crash out. I don't know, chat.
of their
Whisper of a dream.
support for a Zionist state clearly had the goal of not including the Palestinians within it. Their project simply couldn't have it. They needed an area that had
Oh, freeness. Yeah.
of Jewish
That rhymes.
and so this was always going to require huge amounts of expulsions. You yourself later on in the video note, well actually yeah, settler colonialism can see this thing of, oh, you know, there was things going on before the Nakba. And of course, this is what matters. This is what Wolf talks about. It is his most famous quote. Invasion is a structure, not an event. What he is saying is that you shouldn't focus on a specific event like the Nakba. It is the structure that the early Zionist settlers laid down that clearly had no place for the Palestinians, and they openly avowed as colonialism that was the genesis of the mass expulsion of Palestinians in 1948.
Comparing Gaza and the West Bank to the Warsaw Ghetto, famous. This is a year after Israel pulled out of Gaza and 1 year before the blockade, 2006. The blockade was 2007. He's calling it the Warsaw Ghetto. So this guy is a bit of a... I think you're not going to learn that much about the nuances of Zionism and the Israel-Palestine conflict if you learn this about colonialism. This is a essay for that.
And this part of Lonerbox's video really irked me as well, because Lonerbox tries to discredit Patrick Wolf because he mentions the Warsaw Ghetto, but he doesn't even contextualise what Wolf is actually saying, which is nonetheless, as Palestinians become more and more dispensable, Gaza and the West Bank become less and less like the Bantustans and more like reservations, or for that matter like the Warsaw Ghetto. Patrick Wolf is clearly not saying that the Gaza Strip is currently like the Warsaw Ghetto. What he is saying is that it could end up like that because Zionism has an increasingly lessening dependency on the Palestinian people as a source of labour. Because as Sarah Roy has noted, Israel absolutely destroyed the economy of the Gaza Strip by using it as a cheap source of labour. But then eventually Israel had less and less need for these people, and so increasingly they became a surplus population with no real value to Israel, apart from posing an obstacle to the establishment of a Jewish state over all of historic Palestine, something which the Likud party openly talks about, and something which is clearly not opposed by Israeli society as a whole, because most of them support the mass expulsion of 2 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. And what this actually represents when you think about it is a rather chilling prediction, and it's not surprising when it came, because this was just after the Second Intifada, when Israel levelled large parts of the Jenin refugee camp in response to massive Palestinian resistance within the area, which...
Got a request for a link for Chris's channel. I'll put that in the chat.
by the way, is something which under
And thank you for the super chat, Simon Pierre.
international law, Palestinians should have the right to do, because Israel is undeniably an occupying power.
كل ما نبني عيش ينخربوا لنا اياه كل ما نبني بيت ينهدموا لنا، كل ما نخلف ولد قتلوا لنا اياه. شو ظل لنا؟ شو ظل؟ قتلوا الامل، قتلوا زهرة الحب اللي بقلبنا. شو ذنب العمارات هاي؟ شو ذنب؟ شو ذنب الولد اللي مات؟ لسه بنطول شهداء من تحت الأنقاض.
But what Wolf saw was something different to South Africa. This is absolutely undeniable, because whilst the colonisation of South Africa was undeniably brutal, they still relied on the native population. At no point did they engage in huge destruction of Bantustans in the same way that Israel has been engaging in huge destruction of Palestinian areas. And the Gaza Strip does indeed have comparisons to the Warsaw Ghetto, because what the Nazis actually did to Warsaw, according to the records kept by Edelman, was that following fierce Jewish resistance, the Nazis realised that they just weren't going to beat them without a huge cost, and so they set fire to the entire Warsaw Ghetto, so that life was impossible there. And is that not what Israel has done to the Gaza Strip? They've consistently let their soldiers burn down massive amounts of Palestinian homes, residential buildings, and also civilian infrastructure. They've bombarded it for well in excess of 18 months, and they've randomly blown up civilian buildings with no military purpose simply because they could. And you sit there and act as if this is some kind of disgusting red flag, when it is first of all not a direct allusion to the Warsaw Ghetto at that point, and secondly, it is also a relatively accurate prediction. And I mean, this is just indicative of Lonerbox's argument. He has not read this essay. He cannot confront the actual substance of it, and so he just goes after a couple of quotes. And he does the same with this quote by Herzl.
As Herzl, founding father of Zionism, observed in his allegorical manifesto/novel, if I wish to substitute a new building for an old one, I must demolish before I construct. And it's like, wow, this just sounds like Nakba, right? This just sounds like blowing up a village and replacing it with a Jewish community, right? These prefatory remarks are merely intended as a hasty reply to the massed objections which the very words Jewish state are certain to arouse. Henceforth we shall proceed more slowly to meet further objections to and explain in detail what has been as yet only indicated. And we shall try in the interests of this pamphlet to avoid making it a dull exposition. Short aphoristic chapters will therefore best answer the purpose. If I wish to substitute a new building for an old one, I must demolish before I construct. I shall therefore keep to this natural.
I just noticed that Lonerbox is going over the Hasan Adam Friedland appearance. Curious why.
Sequence. In the first and general part 1 shall explain my ideas, remove all prejudices, determine essential political and economic conditions, and develop the plan. And then he goes on to talk about the Jewish question. He's not talking about planning to destroy Palestinian buildings. He's talking about dismantling pre-existing Jewish opinions about emancipation and argue why they're wrong and why a Jewish state is what would actually ensure survival, not assimilation. He's not saying anything about, but that this Patrick Wolf guy just grabs this to say settler colonialism destroys to replace. Like, it's such a bad faith quote, and it's you cannot do this by accident. This is completely intentional.
But Wolf literally refers to it as an allegory, as if it had a hidden meaning, so the specific context of where it was actually said wouldn't matter all that much. And even then, if you read on just the tiniest bit, you can see he says, in a kind of realization that took place.
Yeah, it sounds like it's working on multiple levels, and Lonerbox is just, again, weaponizing ignorance, right? The assumption that if something's said, it's meant in one particular way, and if it applies in this way, it must not apply in that way. But that's not how an allegory works.
Half a century later, the one-time deputy mayor of West Jerusalem, Meron Benvenisti, recalled, as a member of a pioneering youth movement, I myself made the desert bloom by uprooting the ancient olive trees of Al-Basar to clear the ground for a banana grove, as required by the planned farming principles of my kibbutz, Rosh Hanikra.
He alludes to differences between Zionism and other forms of European colonialism, like in the sense of like renaming places to Hebrew names is actually more like old biblical names rather than trying to just like,
Destiny had a bad time on Adam Friedland. Yeah. And Hasan, why are people watching Captain Rizlis? Good question. Because he's Destiny. He's Ethan's strongest. I almost said Destiny's strongest soldier. He's Ethan's strongest soldier now. Destiny doesn't exist. DJ Spill, Irene, and everyone in chat, keep fighting the real fight. We will. DJ Spill, good to have you with us. We're closing in on what we got. Like a few more minutes of this video. We're gonna watch that. Then maybe go to the Ethan video for a second. I'm still hoping. I'm still holding out hope. We are 42% away from getting some bonus content. I feel like there's some pretty good stuff in there. Obviously, the crash out continues because there is more to be gleaned from Ethan's stream about Frogan. People have said that there's some interesting stuff that happens later on with AB and the rest of the crew. And I believe there's a moment of like the crew like being in revolt too. And then the Olimey and Friends one sounds really interesting. I'd love to know what Olimey's perspective, what Olimey's take on the whole iDubbbz content cop is. That's up for that's up in the bonus content too. Again, this are we on 58? Yeah, 58. The number goes forward whenever anybody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which has the added benefit of also increasing the length of the stream. Yeah, we've got that sub goal thing going, and even though we're just sort of testing out the way that it works, I'll stick to it as far as the time that the extra time that you put on there. Every time you get yourself a sub, you sign up for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Every time you follow the channel, or every time that you gift a sub to anybody, that the clock gets more time on the board. So it'll make the stream longer if that's what you would like, and give us more time to do the content that we're going to do today, and hopefully also some bonus content if we can get there in the poll. I don't know if we're going to have the butterfly shut up today. I put 2 hours on the goal. I don't know if that's like not enough time or what, but
come from Europe, right? There's no like new Moscow, okay, or new Odessa in Israel, right? It's things like that are the.
I don't understand. Why is Loner donating it to himself? What's up with that, chat?
Idea that it's not just like,
oh, is that to like, anyway, I don't know,
of a mother country.
It looks like a Vosh dono, doesn't it? I mean, I should just what this is it looks like he uses Stream. Oh my god, what is it? There's Stream Elements, Streamlabs. Yeah, he's using Streamlabs, and that's just kind of what Streamlabs donos look like.
Into the place that you're coming.
But it's just weird that Loner Unboxed donates to Lonerbox. Like, what's up with that? Those are both his channels.
It's a bit different from that, right? But he alludes to these differences, but he doesn't really highlight them at all. Like, he still just tries to shoehorn Israel into all these other different colonialisms of Europe and America and everything else.
And I mean, this part as well is just so utterly ridiculous. Lonerbox, you didn't bother to read the essay. I mean, this is a minute point, but you're like, oh, he's trying to shoehorn things.
I want to make sure I don't miss this point.
And other forms.
I got distracted by the Streamlab stuff.
European colonialism, like in the sense of like renaming places to Hebrew names is actually more like old biblical names rather than trying to just like, if they come from Europe, right? There's no like new Moscow, okay, or new Odessa in Israel, right? It's things like that are the idea that it's not just like bringing the culture of a mother country into the place that you're coming from. It's a bit different from that, right? But
it's worse.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Chat, to be honest, to me, I think the biblical stuff is a little bit more disgusting than, the kind of colonialism if you are naming cities or new settlements after, cities in Europe or something like that, right? I feel like the biblical thing is even grosser, right? It tracks right along with what Netanyahu's been doing, trying to shoehorn the Palestinians into the concept of Amalek. If you don't know, this is a story where like the Amalek was like a biblical king in, was it part of the like the reconquest after the after the Egyptian Exodus and like Book of Joshua type stuff? But either way, right? The shoehorning the Palestinians into Amalek is basically saying that they need to be unalived, right? That's the
alludes to these differences, but he doesn't really highlight them at all. Like he still just tries to shoehorn Israel into all these other different colonialisms of Europe and America and everything else.
And I mean,
it's not shoehorning. What the fuck do you want to call that? Was this a video that Lonerbox did with the point being that is the Israeli settler colonialism is not settler colonialism? And if you're going to that's what you're trying to say when you try to invoke the Bible. You're trying to say that the history of the Jewish people in that area means that this is not a colonialism but a decolonialism, right? That it's seeing the presence of the Palestinian people as like a Arab or a Muslim colonialism, and that Israel's just reconquering its old territory. I mean, this is just fucking.
This part as well is just so utterly ridiculous. Lonerbox, you didn't bother to read the essay. I mean, this is a minute point, but you're like, oh, he's trying to shoehorn things in on this topic of renaming. But he is noting a specific difference here between the case of Australia.
Is there a reason that Lonerbox is pro-Israel? Is it just because he wants to be Destiny and can't admit he's wrong? I understand Klein being brainwashed, but okay. So yeah, if I had to take a guess at that, right? There's two Lonerboxes, right? And Hasan, do people remember when Lonerbox would get brought up, usually because Lonerbox was doing like the umpteenth Hasan takedown video, and Hasan would always be like, no, I don't care if Lonerbox is criticizing me. He's good people, right? He's saying that for a reason, and that's because Hasan had probably reacted to some very old Lonerbox content back when Lonerbox was a video essayist. Right? When he was a video essayist, he was just kind of a leftist. He was just kind of a bread tuber, right? And his takes were like in some cases like 180 degrees, away from what he's saying now. So why did he change? My best guess is everything changed when he had that debate with Lauren Southern, right? That to me, from what I followed of Lonerbox's career, that's the that's the inflection point right there, right? Him having a nice, friendly conversation with Lauren Southern, although there was some disagreement, was him essentially accepting Destiny's version of leftism, or version of liberalism, version of progressivism, right? This is him making himself acceptable to the Destiny sphere of things. And it's gross. It's gross. And there's even worse people than Destiny that he was kind of buddying up to, including Lauren Southern's editor, a noxious personality of Twitch poll that I had the unfortunate I had some run-ins with myself, and just everything changed after that. Where is bonus content? Oh, in the poll. Wait, what do you mean? So like, do you see a poll?
March.
You found it.
Chatted $6.65. I read somewhere that when Netanyahu grew up in Philly and hated that his synagogue was progressive.
Ooh.
Surprise.
Marmar, you just unlocked some lore, some Netanyahu, some Bibi lore, right? People wondering where, how Netanyahu became Netanyahu. Growing up but a lot of people don't know this about Netanyahu. Obviously, he speaks, really, he speaks English really fluently. A lot of people don't know that he did, in fact, grow up in the United States, in Philadelphia, to be specific. I did not know that, though, about him growing up in a progressive synagogue, which, look, I don't want to, it's not my place to, talk about like the Jewish culture, the Jewish people, right? But my understanding from, growing up with a lot of Jewish friends is that there is a you got to kind of look at the culture in the diaspora as being fundamentally different than what's going on in Israel, and the values of that culture are, anti-racist. And you can see this with the, any sort of liberatory movement in the United States. You will almost always find that Jewish people had a hand in that. And this is the source kind of some of the, right wing, conspiracy mongering, the great replacement theory, for instance, where right wingers try to claim that immigrants are here because Jewish people want to replace like white people with whatever kind of great replacement theory that they'll have, right? That comes from the fact that some of the freedom riders, right, back in the civil rights era were Jewish. So the progressive synagogue that Netanyahu grew up in is not at all an exception to what to what you would find in Jewish culture, and the fact that set him off is, as Marmar is aptly noting, not that surprising. He probably wanted to sleep with her. Oh, Lonerbox wanted to sleep with Lauren Southern. Well, Destiny definitely. It sounds like from if you read the logs, Destiny may. It leads one to believe that Destiny and Lauren Southern had a sexual relationship. Maybe Lauren Southern as well, or maybe Lonerbox. I don't know. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Marmar, and that gets us to, oh my gosh, 65%. Boom. It's the poll in the white box in the upper corner. Yeah, exactly. And, okay, so the two things that affect the bonus content, right? Well, first of all, like the bonus goal, tells us whether we get it or not. If we're at 65 out of 100 right now, if we get to 100 out of 100, by the end of the stream, I will stick around and cover some extra bonus content with you, right? You can also let me know when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitter, you can let me know in the chat which of the topics in the poll on YouTube, the white box, as Narwhal said, in the upper left corner. You can let me know which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will take your donation, turn it into a percentage, and add it to the totals on the poll. So you'll actually be able to put your thumb on the scale, as it were, and affect the poll with your donos as well. Bro, the sex pest was trying to convince Lauren Southern he would commit to a monogamous relationship while cheating in a polyamorous relationship with his other women besides Melina and Lauren Southern. Lance from the Surfs talked about how Destiny started denying residential schools existed around the same time he was platforming Lauren Southern. This is what I mean, right? Destiny is more deleterious than I think a lot of people recognize, right? He's not just a bad progressive, all right? He is a pipeline to some very anti-progressive points of view. Oh my gosh, Narwhal, Donald Duck does not like that you used the word plucked there. Donald Duck would prefer a different word to be used there. But yeah, this is... like the element of Destiny within Twitch poll caused Twitch poll to be fundamentally, even though Twitch poll was ostensibly progressive, it was fundamentally anti-leftist. And that is the greasy fingerprint of one Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell. That is how he shaped politics on Twitch. Yeah, my people have suffered enough. No doubt, Donald Duck, no doubt.
Where settler anxieties dominated, and they chose to revert to some of the indigenous names because of the anxieties that they experienced about being too close to the British, whereas in the case of Israel that wasn't possible. But he also notes how Zionism also needed to portray itself as different from Europe in other ways, such as the adoption of the language of Hebrew. Most Jewish people there would have spoke Yiddish or some other language from Europe, and yet David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first leader, banned the speaking of any other language within key political parties of the Zionist project. He didn't want it because he knew in order to...
See, this even ties into like one of the aesthetic, one of the aesthetics of the Israeli settler colonialist project, right? They want to reinvent, in some ways, in some ways, Jewish culture. When you're talking about people who are Yiddish speakers or people who are Russian speakers, that becomes symbolic of the weakness that the Israeli project saw in the in Jewish culture, as it was in Europe, as it was in Russia, as it was in other places, right? The Yiddish speakers being symbolic of victims. And Ben-Gurion and the Israeli settler colonialist project at large seek to re-envision the Jewish people as being strong, as being not victims, but as being, the opposite of victims, right? Victimizing the Palestinians. Do you see how this fits in to even Herzl's idea of the of wanting to become the outpost, the settler colonial outpost of Europe in the Middle East, right? Wanting to earn him saying, like, I am from Germany and yet I am not respected as a German. But once we go in and do this project, right, and we have our own colony, we will be seen as equals to the European colonialists, right? Do you see how this ties in? The Yiddish and Russian and other languages that the early settlers would have spoken are seen as negative because they cast the Jewish people into a light as victims, which is not how they wanted to see themselves. Like, for instance, chat, like, Holocaust survivors that have, tattoos of their numbers on their arms, right? In the United States, people like this are respected, are invited to, go and speak at your school to talk about their experience of genocide, of a very real historical genocide, right? Whereas in Israel, people that are survivors of the Holocaust are seen as a reminder of of Jewish people as victims, and therefore they're kind of they don't get that that same level of respect. In fact, they're a little bit kind of shoved to the side because of this, right? There's a good video essay. I'm trying to remember if I can find out if I can figure out by a Jewish video essayist talking about this subject, and it affected my perception of my understanding of the Israeli settler colonialist project greatly, right? To understand, for instance, why a Holocaust survivor is kind of looked down on in a way, why speakers of Yiddish were kind of looked down on, and why the necessity for the establishment of Hebrew as the language was in place.
A cohesive nationalism. They needed a shared language, even though none of them could actually speak it. They didn't bother learning Arabic, which would have allowed them to communicate and perhaps even dominate over the natives better. They chose to learn Hebrew because it would distance them from European Jewish people. But still, as I noted previously, this doesn't mean that Israel didn't bring with it European culture. As their early founders put it, that is exactly what they wanted to do. And they built European-style cities within that land. They planted European-style trees within that land. So this idea that they didn't bring the culture of Europe is fundamentally ridiculous, especially as I noted in my...
Okay, I found it. Let's see. Let me bring it up for you. I can never remember it's got a very long title. That's why I can't remember the name. But yeah, this is Ornament and Crime is the channel. The video is called The Traumatized Mythology Behind the Founding of Israel and the Genocide in Gaza. And it's what is Jewish? Here, let me just give you a little taste of this.
As the 6th century. And in fact, a lot of the themes that the golem is an incredibly widely beloved and very ancient product of Jewish folk stories. Its origins can be found as far back.
Okay, I didn't realize this. Anyway, this is a very long and involved video essay. Yeah, inspired by Jacob Geller's video, The Golem and the Jewish Superhero. Pretty big video a number of years ago. And, the description, what does Jewish mythology have to teach us? Or rather, what warnings does it have about Israel's oppression of Palestine? And it really goes into depth in this whole idea of, the Israeli movement as not wanting to see not wanting to see, victimhood in, as part of, the tradition, but, and to replace it, with, the victimization of the Palestinians. Anyway, here, I'll give you the link to this if anybody wants to watch this video. It's a long one. I wanted to do this for like a premium streamium or a bonus content or something, but yeah, it's a very long video essay. And you know how I am with video essays.
My previous video, that Israel and its first leaders like David Ben-Gurion often said that they wanted to distance themselves from Arab culture, even in the case of the Mizrahi Jewish people brought over from Arab countries. They openly spoke about how much they didn't like it, and not even just him. Ahad Ham, Asher Ginsburg, who I mentioned as well, also said very similar things about his distaste for non-Ashkenazi Jewish culture. Wolf is not trying to shoehorn them in by highlighting different aspects of colonialism. What Wolf is actually doing is showing how the theory of settler colonialism, the idea that settler colonial societies are premised on the elimination of the native people and the alternative society that they propose, is an effective means for comparing disparate examples which do have their own particular uniquenesses. But of course, for Lonerbox, because he hasn't read the essay, he doesn't actually know what Wolf is talking about.
Book where they basically describe Zionism as pure colonial movement, as pure colonial settlement. But then they do a footnote where they say there are caveats. They do a footnote where they say there are salient differences, which are Zionism's nature as an ethnic national rather than an economic project, the refugee status of most of the Jews who came to Palestine, the loose organization of the diaspora Jewish communities as opposed to a well-organized colonial mother country, and lastly, the ideal of the return of Zion to Zion, which is grounded in Jewish tradition. So they say it's colonialism, but all these very, very crucial things that make it...
No, that is a palingenetic ultra-nationalism that you are perceiving there, Lonerbox. The fact that you would take this shit seriously, like, right? Did you see what this is? Tying this to the Bible and to Zion is fucking gross, and it's fascism. That's what that is, all right? Turning a settler colonial project into some kind of fucking rebirth and just thereby justifying the obliteration of a people. Because Israel never was a land without a people for a people without a land. Oh my God, chat. Like, this just like... Here, let me read some chat. Kelly Voice X says, the Ashkenazi victimized the Sephardic Jews who spoke Judeo Spanish, Arabic, and the Mizrahi Jews who spoke Arabic by treating them as quaint and superstitious. Yeah, it's part of the kind of, I don't know how formal it is, but it's a sort of hierarchy. That's Old Testament stuff. Wait, what's Old Testament stuff? Oh, I guess the biblical stuff I vaguely know from childhood is Jewish people being enslaved and subjugated by the Egyptian pharaoh and other nations, wandering for thousands of years, being variously persecuted and being promised a homeland by God. Yeah, look, from my study of there's a lot in the Bible, there's a lot in the Torah that is not taken by most people to be literal. For instance, Abraham, most people accept that, Abraham is not a historical figure, that the story of Abraham is symbolic, right? And same thing with the Exodus and Egypt, right? When we look for, archaeological backing of, the story that you'd read in Exodus, right? It's just not there, right? Even stuff in the book of Joshua about the, supposed, reconquest, right? Saying this city was attacked, in this time and was burnt to the ground. Okay, cool. That's a real city. We can look at those ruins. Let's look at those ruins now. Okay, so according to the biblical account of the reconquest, right? You would expect to see a burn layer right here, and you don't, right? The crossing of the Red Sea, all of that stuff. Now, look, this is me as talking as a person who grew up in a Christian tradition that regards the Bible as not just being literally true, but as being God's word. Every single line, every single word in the Bible was written by somebody who was I don't want to say possessed, but, who God was inspiring, right? So you can't question any of it. It's got to be true. And yet when we look at the first and second verses of Genesis, we find contradictions right there. Sorry, first and second chapters, right? Of Genesis, right? There's two different accounts of the creation of the world. They're written by, if you look at it, you got to kind of admit two different people, right? So the idea that the Bible is this literal, discussion and but fortunately for, people growing up in the Jewish tradition, there's a lot less emphasis from what I've seen in the literal interpretation of the Torah. But this whole thing that is being constructed here is just they're taking the Bible, they're taking the Torah, and they're using it for right. When you look at this as when you see Zionism as a rebirth of the nation of Israel, that's literally the same thing that the Nazis were trying to do with Germany, right? And that's the key to understanding this. That's the key to understanding what Zionism really is and why people freak out about it so much and why it's not acceptable. Like Ethan Klein kind of wants to be all right, so there's some ridiculous Zionism out there. There's some Netanyahu stuff. Netanyahu's doing Netanyahu stuff. I don't agree with that. But Zionism isn't bad. And let me show you my like liberal, let me bring you to Israel and show you how multicultural it is. Let me show you a liberal Zionism. That's so dangerous. That's so fucking dangerous. The shit that they're laundering is like palingenetic ultranationalism. It's essentially they invented a new form of fascism is what they did, right? And the fact that this would come out as a result of the, it's like this project would be expedited in some ways, at the end of World War II is just gross when you think of it. Perp Sage, thank you for the resubscription. But yeah, wait, I'm trying to read people's chats here. Anyway, chat. This is just like. So, Kelly, Voicer X, I hadn't heard Netanyahu, what he said, the Golem quote. I hadn't heard that, so I'm not familiar with that. Don't leave out Christian Zionism. Yes, there we go. Which pushes for all. In fact, if you want to talk about Zionists, right? If you want to talk about Zionists as a group, right? Because what Ethan Klein tries to maintain, and what the whole ADL push to stop people from using the word Zionist on Twitch, right? Is that the idea that when people are saying Zionist, it's just become a slur. It's become a way to say an anti-Semitic slur without kind of hiding behind the veil of opposing this belief, right? That it's being used as a stand-in, in other words. But as Kelly Voicer X is pointing out here, most Zionists are not Jewish. Most Zionists, most of the people that purport Zionism are Christian. And why do they believe in the Zionist project? Because it's part of their end-time prophecy, right? These biblical literalists, right, read the book of Revelations, and they interpret some of the verses there as saying that the only way for Jesus to return is for all Jewish people to move to Israel. So then that gets them invested in the Zionist project as Zionists. These are Zionists, right? That's what it means. Zionist is not a description of your culture or your tradition or your religion. Zionist is a, orientation towards the settler colonial project. And if you're positively disposed towards this, you're a Zionist. And these Christian Zionists have it as part of their religion that they want the Jewish people, the entirety of the Jewish people, to return to that land so that they can fight in the bloody battle of Armageddon, because this is the prophecy, right? And the prophecy includes 2/3 of them dying, right? The prophecy includes only 144,000, Jews even living through this series of events. And the ones who lived through it, well, they've accepted Christ into their hearts, right? This really charges up these Christian Zionists, view they want to see the Jewish people assimilated into Christianity. Can I make it any more clear for you? I'm trying to put this into words, but yeah, they want to see the Jewish people the source of the Christian tradition reassimilated and accepting Jesus as the Messiah to legitimize what is essentially an apostasy. I don't know how to put it, but Christianity is kind of a bastardized. As I say this, understand, I've got a Christian sister who I love very much, right? And this applies to her, right? I have an understanding of religion that as I'm calling her religion an apostasy. I'm just trying to point out that there's biblical Christian literalists seek validation of their departure massive departure from Jewish tradition, through the assimilation of the remaining Jews, after this series of cataclysmic events into Christianity, right? And it's gross. It's actually gross. Jesus cast out demons and sent them into... Wait, what is this about? Yeah, exactly. That's Kelly Voicer X is pointing out that the reason that they want Jews to return to the Holy Land is so that Jesus can return to fulfill their end time literalist prophecy. The Catholicism I had contact with, a priest told me most of the interpretation should be allegorical. Yeah. A lot of people have this right? Not all of Christianity is biblical literalist. Going if you look back, right? But just a lot of the mainline churches have just like accepted this. If you take it allegorically, right, it makes sense. Religion, as an allegory, there's not a problem then with the chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Genesis literally telling different creation stories, mutually exclusive stories, right? The order of creation, the order in which God created the animals and the fish and the everything on the earth is different between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. That should tell you something. That should make it really obvious that, if this book has utility, it's as an allegory. It's as a set of stories. It's not supposed to be literal, history. And if you compare it to archaeology, it doesn't fucking hold up. Anyway, Chad, I got like, wow. It's a bit of a stun lock there. Went to Catholic college in years 11 and 12 to access better computers for IT studies, and I understood that others take religion far more seriously. Well, it's not about whether you take it seriously, right? You can look at religion as an allegory and a parable, and having a truth to it without that truth having to take the form of a literal historical truth, right? Rabbi Shims Bar Yochai, student of Bar Kokhba of the Bar Kokhba revolts, right, said circa the destruction of the Second Temple, he who takes this book literally is a fool. Interesting. Was attacked in another stream because I'm a Jew. Jewish Zionism became moot when the state of Israel was established in 48. Jesus returns. We either convert, I know it's it's not a, these Christian Zionists are straight up anti-Semitic. And the fact that both sides have forged an alliance knowing what the other believes, right, is pretty fucked up when you think about it. Others take it more literally. That's what you're, I realized, Burple, that was what you're getting at. I just, it's a bit of a hobby horse for me. Anyway, chat, sorry. Sorry for going off on theology in the midst of our
fairly qualitatively different from your
debate debate analysis.
European colonial project.
All of these differences highlighted by Oren Yiftachel really don't actually change it. Israel was still a project that sought to eliminate the Palestinian people. You can see, as I've highlighted, how throughout Wolf's other work, he discusses this, and he is not the only settler colonial theorist who has actually talked about this. There were other people who fled persecution, religious persecution, who moved over to America and became settlers. Sure, it wasn't on the scale of Israel, but does it change their relationship to the native population as settlers? No. They were still settlers who went over to that space. Of course, there are differences. No one is claiming that this is a one-to-one example, but what they are saying is there is this overarching structure that you can note from all settler colonies, which shows a clear focus on the goal of eliminating the indigenous population of that land. And even then, most likely what this person is referring to, although I can't find Yiftachel's work that this actually comes from, because there's not a citation in that article, probably comes from Friedrichsen and Fieldhouse's categorization of different types of colonization. And this person is noting what the difference...
Sarah says, I'm named after Abraham's wife, the oldest woman to ever give birth. Whoop, whoop. I don't know if I did the whoop, whoop right, but...
are between the examples highlighted by Fieldhouse and Friedrichsen and what they see as pure settlement in Israel. It is not talking about Patrick Wolf's concept of settler colonialism. And it's also worth adding here that if he is...
Palsier says, I'm wondering if the sons of Noah are just collective mythological figures to refer to different groups, like Ham could possibly be referring to Kiam in Egypt, Shem to Sham, the north of the north or the Levant region.
Indeed drawing on Fieldhouse and Fredrickson's categorization and typologies of colonialism, then it wouldn't be all that surprising, because as Gershon Shafir has noted, they themselves said that colonialism was not made of one cloth. So highlighting differences between different examples of colonialism is hardly surprising. Across every single expression of it, there were many differences. It is not one uniform thing. And perhaps Lonerbox, if you actually did some research rather than watching YouTube videos whilst playing World of Warcraft,
Damn,
propaganda trips to Israel, you start learning what you're talking about.
You can't say there's no colonialism or no settling from Zionism. That's ridiculous. Of course they settled. Of course they were colonizing to some extent. Of course they evicted people. They might not have planned in advance to do the Nakba, but they did do it, right? And they had those ideas swimming around in the back of their minds for quite a few years before they actually did it. Like, the idea of forced transfer didn't come out of nowhere. It didn't just come as a spontaneous response to military need, right? That's not how it worked.
And again, Lonerbox, you are so close to getting it, but of course, your pro-Israel stance will never let you. The whole point of Patrick Wolf's argument is that you should understand the process of settler colonialism as a structure, not an event. These early points of Hebrew exclusivist labour were the genesis of the expulsion of millions of Palestinians. They were not something random, as you are willing to note. You note that it doesn't come out of nowhere. You do say that it may not have been pre-planned, although there is quite a lot of evidence that it was pre-planned, drawing on Ilan Pape's work and highlighting things like Plan D, Plan Dalet, and also Tom Segev, who notes the lightning speed at which it was done means that it could not have been something that was not pre-planned. However, what is clear is that if you had just bothered to read Wolf's work, you might have actually got something from it, but you dismissed it outright for reasons that don't even align with what Wolf is actually trying to say. And initially, the video I planned to make about Lonerbox was relating to our debate and the concept of theory versus facts in the Hegelian sense, why theory is way more important than facts. However, what I will still say here is that my point remains. Throwing out random facts and going, well, this thing happened, just to obfuscate the overarching truth that Zionist settlers came to Palestine, expelled the Palestinian people, and clearly, even in the very early period, had the trappings that this was going to be something much bigger. You have to sit there and say, well, actually, this theory's useful. But you would never know that because you're not going to read a book about this. You'd rather just do research on your Twitch stream and talk about things that fit with your narrative. And that's why you're never going to be pro-Palestine or be able to offer any reasonable criticism when you clearly could not even be bothered to read Patrick Wolf's essay.
Yeah, this is what is, I talked about before about Destiny being nominally progressive. And the danger that Destiny poses, the reason that he's such a negative influence is he's able to divert progressive energy, which should be what we need right now, into a completely counterproductive direction. Into a framework which actually, has more to do with the intellectual dark web than it does with any sort of progressive values. Same thing with Lonerbox, right? Looking at, academic work and misinterpreting it in a way which allows his audience to have their first experience with that work, not teach them what it should. It's like he places a fig leaf in a very specific place, a very strategic place to change the meaning. And the thing that should be breaking them out of their, liberal Zionist perspective then becomes essentially like a vaccine against being broken out of that, right? Through Lonerbox's spurious reinterpretation. That's why, because the question is like, hey, these people are progressive, these people are liberal, should you really be fighting them? Should you really be wasting your energy on them? Yeah, unfortunately we have to. And this is why that little bit of difference, right, means the world. So anyway, debate analysis. It's been so long since we've done you debate analysis. Sarah says Jerry Falwell is considered the father of Christian Zionism. That's the guy that said the purple Teletubbies were gay. Wow. I mean, that was in the Bible too. If you read the Bible literally, it's like the purple Teletubbies are gay or are evil. For the temple to be rebuilt on the Temple Mount. Yeah, that's part of the prophecy. SM, I was raised as a Christian in a Christian Zionist cult. Kelly Voicer X, Jewish Zionism became moot when the 48. I found myself behind in chat once again. And we've got 47 minutes left. I think we're gonna go over at least a little bit of the Ethan Klein stuff. I'm hoping that we will somehow. We're 35% away from bonus content, and I feel like there's some really good stuff in there. Either finishing the Ethan content on Frogan, or getting into the Olimey and Friends episodes, Olimey's take and the take of the other members of Leftist Mafia, and Emma Vigland on the iDubbbz Content Cop. I think both of these are pretty interesting. But anyway, we'll see if we get that. We got 46 minutes. Now, remember, Twitch, you have a huge role in that, right? You got the power. Whenever you follow my channel, whenever you support my channel, that timer goes up. So, like 46 minutes could become 52 minutes, could become 58 minutes, could become more than an hour. With some support from Twitch and give us more time to cover all this stuff. That being said, I think I'm gonna stop wasting time and jump into the the rest of the Ethan Klein thing from on Frogan from that we were watching yesterday, because I told you, like I said to you. Oh wait, there's a little bit of, oh my god, chat. I thought we were gonna have more time of this, and then I ended up just like stun locking a little bit on one aspect of the Chris Kunzler Lonerbox thing.
Vivian on as well.
Yo, what the?
Fear not.
Oh god, there's new. I wanted to watch that Hasan thing too. Anyway, Kai Wolf, thank you for the follow. Thank you for putting a little extra time on the clock for us too. Anyway.
Dwight Lan, super chatted $6.65. If the biblical story of creation is not to be taken literal, then original sin doesn't exist. Christian belief of Jesus' sacrifice would be pointless.
Wait. Are you saying that it doesn't work without like a literal interpretation? I mean, there's definitely some space between the idea that, these stories mean something and the idea that these stories mean nothing, right? But thank you for the super chat. If it's not taken literally, so if the snake didn't talk, for instance, because right? If you're talking about a literal interpretation, that snake's got to talk. That snake has got to make human sounds, right? A snake with snake anatomy and physiology has got to have speech come out of it, right? To make it literal. And it's got to be a snake. It can't be anything else. I think that maybe you could, I would say the concept of original sin means something different, right? Because like the way I was taught Adam and Eve was like, I hated Adam and Eve, by the way, growing up, being a little kid in Bible school, right? Or Bible school, what do they call it? Sunday school, yeah. Being a little kid in Sunday school, I hated Adam and Eve because I was like, dude, we could have lived an awesome life in an epic garden. We never die, we never get old, we never experience disease or anything else. And Adam and Eve fucked it up for us. Like, seriously, a snake under a tree offering you fruit, you're going to be like, oh yeah, this seems like legit. This seems really legit. God damn it, Eve. And Adam, why did you have to, right? I was mad. Like, they fucked us over. If you take it literally, then that's what you get from that story. I don't think that's a very deep spiritual lesson, right? Fuck Adam and Eve. That's like, that's pretty surface level. But there's so many things that, if you take it as an allegory, if you take it as a description, if you take the Bible as like a guidebook to and a reflective service for our surface for our consciousness, right? It starts to kind of mean a lot. Right? And it's not, it doesn't become this thing where it's incompatible with anything else because like all other religions are just the devil manifesting as, to lead you away from God. And if you know what I mean? You gotta regard Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, and Islam, and everything that's not Christianity is just literally the devil trying to trick you. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of depth there. Some Jews believe that Exodus is an allegory about our brains becoming bicameral. Interesting. Adam and Eve is a mistranslation. Eve was created to stand beside Adam and the snake. Shamash was a keeper of secrets. Interesting. But I don't know. I might have misinterpreted your super chat too, Dwight. So feel free to correct me. The belief in God itself becomes allegorical? Is that what you're saying? That's how religious people need to take it? Okay, I'm trying to make sure I understood you correctly. Because I don't want to go off on your super chat and then have you be like, that is not what I'm saying. That is not what I was saying at all. Let's see, what are we at here? 72. We're at 72 out of 100. A mere 38 from getting that bonus content. 42 minutes left on the ticker. I'm trying to get through chat here. So people asked about the majority report and the bad empanada coming up. I think I found the part where Irene, the Bible literally says the 10 commandments not to bow down to idols. Wait, so I'm trying to understand. Are you like pro literal interpretation? I don't want to get you wrong. I don't want to argue with a straw man of what I think you're saying when you're really saying something different. Just like correct me if I'm getting this right. Why women have period and snakes have no limbs. There was a lot of shock in the MR chat when Matt Lish recommended Bad Empanada. What, because of Bad Empanada's anti-Sam Cedar videos?
To try and build power. That's basically it.
Exactly.
Meat and potatoes. Given the dramatic rise in American hostility toward China, would Matt Lick be willing to revisit the accusations of the so-called Uyghur genocide? From my own research on the Xinjiang region and how the CPC dealt with the U.S.-backed Wahhabist terrorism there, I have come to the conclusion that claims of genocide are very likely to be total bullshit, nor do I see any evidence of a cultural genocide either. And in fact, Uyghur culture is currently thriving in the region thanks to apps like Red Note. Westerners can now see it with their own eyes and contrast it with images from Gaza where a real genocide is actually occurring.
Okay, so this caller is not they're not I don't think they're making a nuanced point here. I think what they're trying to say, from what I can understand, is that, everything about, China's oppression of the Uyghur population in Xinjiang province is what is, Western propaganda, right? I think that's what they're saying, and they're trying to, like Matt Lesh at some point, said something different, and they're like, do you agree with me now that this is all overblown, that this is all hype, this is all propaganda?
I would say no, I'm not. I have a pretty wide view of genocide. I would recommend Bad Empanada. He's not someone who I always agree with, but he did a good view of the sort of...
Interesting. Sam's face did not flinch when...
wide view.
I don't think Sam's aware of Bad Empanada's anti-Majority Report videos. Genocide. Like, there's just no recognition in Sam's face, right?
I would recommend Bad Empanada. He's not someone who I always agree
with.
Like
he's not upset that Matt brought up Bad Empanada or said something positive about Bad Empanada.
He did a good view.
Or even just kind of oh, Bad Empanada, that guy, right? I don't think he knows who Bad Empanada is.
Work camps and that sort of stuff, and that sort of thing of controlling certain kinds of populations with cultural I haven't read the things you've read. I think that is a good view of that, just to name one. I think there is a lot of State Department bullshit about it. I think it's ludicrous that
So do you get the nuance? He thinks that it's been exaggerated. He thinks that it's been overhyped, but he's not, going to take the position that China did nothing wrong there. But at the same time, you got to recognize, in terms of oppression of, particularly Muslim groups, the United States we've got Guantanamo Bay, right? There's people, probably innocent people, in there that are still locked up, right? It's the United States doesn't really this is a bad thing, but putting it in perspective is,
foreign policy would make that such a big issue, and then, like you say, go back and support a Holocaust. But genocide, I think, is something that has a pretty much wider than we're trained to sort of believe. That actually does apply to what the Chinese state does. I would say it's probably not as severe as our genocide of the Native Americans in the last century. Maybe, like you say, it's done with a little bit more.
So he's putting it into perspective. He's not buying the kind of state propaganda that this means that China is fucking evil in a way that the United States is not. He's saying that, the genocide of the Native Americans, for instance, is a lot more severe. But yeah, Bad Empanada's video is kind of along the same lines, fairly nuanced. I think Hasan's perspective on this too. There's a lot of things that people assume about content creators like Bad Empanada or Hasan and their, opinions about, subjects like this, that because they're offering a nuanced point of view on it, is sometimes not entirely understood, right? A lot of people want to, see this issue as being black and white, and it's not.
More softened edges, and they have a recess or something like that. But there are issues, I think, with what China is doing there. Now, how you deal with that, it's not like go to war, which is what a lot of the people publicizing that sort of thing is. You'd have to have diplomacy, but it has to be diplomacy not for how to get the cheapest goods and let American capitalists get a taste of the Chinese market expansion. It has to be done in a way that's for human rights and labor.
Just Taylor, definitely.
All right, Sam doesn't want to weigh in on this, but yeah, it was a question addressed to Matt. So people are asking, how did Bad Empanada come up in Majority Report? People are a little surprised that Bad Empanada comes up in a less than, a positive way. And from what MF Doomscroll is saying, Chad is surprised that Matt Lesh is recommending BE. True Christian has to take it literally, otherwise they are just pretending. Why not just be atheist or agnostic at that point? Because an atheist or an agnostic looks at the verses in the scripture and sees folly, right? A Christian who is not bound to a literal interpretation, right? Somebody like my sister looks at the verses and sees wisdom. And it's not wisdom as in, I'm going to find out history from this book. I'm going to know that Jesus literally walked on water. I'm going to, like all this kind of stuff. It matters less, right? Than what the book teaches you about the, your own internal subjective experience of life and reality, right? Now, I'm not a Christian either in the literal sense or in the, figurative sense, right? And I do, but I do recognize, people who don't have a literal belief in the Bible that call themselves Christian as being Christian. That book is important to them, right? Those stories have an interpretation, and I'm always surprised in how non-pathological that interpretation can be. As somebody who, like I said, I'm a non-believer here, right? I guess you call me like an agnostic, right? It's probably the best the best way to sum up what I believe, but I'm an agnostic that appreciates these traditions, right, as explorations of the human experience. Does that make sense? Oh wait, Poo Sama's here? You are Poo Sama, and you love us. Thank you. Does Sam look like he knows what a bad empanada is? I mean, he might have eaten one, but yeah. First Nations people in Aussie have a heap of good lore. Their religion, I guess, the Dreamtime. Did you know a giant rainbow serpent created the sunset? Nice. I did not know that. But yeah, does that make sense, Dwight? I hope I'm not trying to dodge your questions, because I do think they are important questions indeed. Hidden meanings. Wait, what? Meanings with Bill Donahue, RAP, is a great resource on the Bible. His talk on gays in the Bible are absolutely. Yeah, let's take homosexuality for instance, right? Now, the Bible is for, if you're a literal believer in the Bible, a lot of times you're like, yeah, homosexuality is wrong because of Leviticus, because of Timothy, because of, you'll cite all these, chapter and verse, right? Of the Bible saying things that you interpret as classifying homosexuality as a sin. And there are some verses that do that unambiguously. But then they place it along with if you look at the list, right? So the Bible doesn't just say, yeah, homosexuality bad, you go to hell, right? The Bible lists, and it's sometimes a little unclear too, right? What exactly they're talking about. If they're talking about homosexuality writ large, or elements within like the Greek practice of homosexuality at the time, which, if you know anything about that practice, there was a power element to that that's a little yikesy, right? But in the places where it's unambiguous, it lists homosexuality along with a whole bunch of other things that most of us do every fucking day, right? So then you ask yourself, how much of a sin really is that then? Like, is that a refutation against, like, can you not be gay and be Christian then? I don't think that's what it's saying, but Leviticus, like for instance, right? It's mentioned alongside the eating of shellfish and the wearing of fabrics of like different patterns of fabrics together, right? It's listed along with those. So, famously, chat, the reason that, sometimes people come to rabbis wanting to convert to Judaism, and there's a practice, I don't know if all rabbis do this, of refusing those people twice before allowing them to become Jewish. And part of the reason is that, like, as a non-Jew, you're bound to the 10 Commandments as you're, being a good, the rules for you to be a good person. As a Jew, you're bound to an absurd amount of rules and regulations. And these rabbis are kind of like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to be bound by, like, right? It's very difficult to, avoid, doing whatever you would consider work on the Sabbath. It's very, puts you into some binds, right? In some places of questions like, can you take an elevator on the Sabbath, right? it's anyway, chat, I'm totally getting sidetracked here. We are at 72. That is 28 points from getting some bonus content. But I would encourage you, Dwight, to talk to Christians who do not adhere to biblical literalism and ask yourself upon talking to them if they are just pretending or not, right? Because, these are some of the most serious Christians I've met. Jesus' life partner was John the Beloved, explains Bill Donahue in Hidden Meetings while quoting the gospel in Paul's letter. Does Sam look like he knows who Bad Empanada is? Anyway, oh my gosh, chat. Now I gotta get, I'm having multiple conversations here. Sam might just shrug it off. Yeah, he doesn't seem to really care what people are saying about him on YouTube. MR chat is xenophobic and not like BE. Matt Letch's recommendation probably blew people's minds. One in 12 of Jesus's apostles was agnostic like me. His name was Thomas, famously agnostic. I'm agnostic, but I'm personally spiritual about my own idea of what happens in the hereafter. The Bible is a literary text. Yeah, exactly. Even if you got no religious attachment to it at all, right? Not even figuratively, you can see it as a literary text, as a creation of, human culture and something that's, worth taking a look at, worth knowing about. There's a lot of stuff that's been suppressed by the Catholic Church, like the fact that Jesus was a Palestinian. That's why he was born in a stable, because they weren't allowed in an inn. Jesus was a socialist also, based as fuck. We can appreciate that regardless of our religiosity. Yeah, OG comrade Christ. Thomas's Christianity, some argue, influenced I'm going to mispronounce this, Nyingma tradition in Tibetan Buddhism. That's the one Buddhism that I understand the least about. Yeah, Paul was talking about male prostitute. Paul was talking about something pretty specific in that, right? And no internet after 5 p.m. Homosexuality in the Old Testament is right next to tattoos and cheeseburgers and bacon and shellfish and mixed fibers, right? I grew up Catholic and don't believe in religion, but looking after my family in a palliative state, you bet my butt, I was on my... See, for example, chat, let me give you like a little example of like my take on spirituality, right? So when I talked to my sister and told her I was moving to a country in Southeast Asia, she was very worried about me and my safety, my well-being. And, I asked her, does she feel safe? Does she feel safe? Like, she's like, what do you mean? Do I feel safe? Well, when you watch the news, do you feel safe? Do you feel safe about what's happening in your country? Right? I was trying to get her to the point of understanding that I'm more safe here than I was living in the United States. Right? And, her answer to me was religious, right? That, the news does worry her a lot, but she has an abiding belief that that God is in control of all. He sees all things, and that everything that happens for a purpose, right? And I mean, I don't believe in a. She said he.
Underscore by super chatted $28. I'm down for Ethan.
You're down for Ethan. Okay. I'm down for Ethan. I will not quote you. Oh no, I just did. Damn it, Narwhal. I fucked it up. I'm sorry. But thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the generous super chat. But yeah, I mean, I just like, so like, you know, look, she's saying like God, he, you know, holds all the, you know, like he is in control of our destinies. He is in control of our futures, right? You know, even though the news is scary, I'm not afraid because I believe in God, in him specifically, the male pronoun to God. Now, look, this is not what I believe, you know, at all. But I'm not going to tell my sister, stop believing your sky daddy and start watching the news, right? I told her, like, okay, hopefully you're right. And hopefully he holds us all in his hands, right? Because I realized that, you know, I love my sister, and whatever she believes, whatever gives her comfort, whatever, you know, her belief system is, you know, I'm going to do better engaging with that than I am, you know, trying to convince her that agnosticism is the best way to be. I don't know. Does that make sense, right? Regardless of whatever my, you know, beliefs are and understanding and worldview, you know, people are gonna fuck with religion. People are gonna fuck with Christianity. And I got, you know, two choices: either tell them they're all idiots, or, you know, try to understand how they're looking at the world and translate, if you will, you know, my perspective to their perspective. You know, if she wants to call God by he, him pronouns, I'll repeat that back to her. It doesn't really make a big difference to me, but yo, what's up, Dr. McRib? Good to see you. Okay, let's do Ethan. Let's do Ethan. I can't believe I said it that way. Jesus was Judean. Why do you think INR was placed on the cross? It means Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. Did y'all see Bishop, Reverend, Barber, and other civil rights leaders arrested for praying inside the Capitol against Medicaid cuts? Damn, protesting Medicaid cuts. There's a lot of very real resistance going on right now. Catholicism is always symbolic in my family. Yeah, I went to Catholic high school, and like my religion teacher like taught us about the Bible is not written the first. Okay, so if you're a biblical literalist, right, the first 5 books of the Bible written by Moses. Moses wrote that with God holding his hand and, like, you know, guiding him, right? In Catholic high school, I was taught that here in chapter 1 of Genesis, we hear the voice. We are reading the voice of the Yahwist, right? This is one of the authors of the Bible. We got the Yahwist, and here in chapter 2, we're seeing that priestly voice come in. This is a different author, so they've got even an idea of different authors of the Bible depending on, you know, kind of like how a chapter, how a verse sounded, right? You know, it was not literal at all in its interpretation. Bible talks about the church, how the church will fail people. Yeah, Burple, basically. But oh wait, speaking of which, let me get us to 100%. Yo, 100 out of I don't know if what my sister was trying to say was exactly predetermination, but I see what you're saying, Dwight Langston. But the point is, I'm not going to try to argue whatever she believes. I'm not going to try to argue her out of it, right? Even if she's wrong. I should tell her she's wrong, yeah. I mean, geez, I can only imagine how the conversation would have gone. She probably wouldn't have texted me back, actually. Calvinists believe everything is predetermined, so it makes no sense to me why they have missionaries. That's true. It would make a great sound drop. Stop believing you're Sky Daddy and start watching the news. God damn it. That's right. That'll benefit my career if more people pay less attention to religion and more attention to the news. Had to go back, so I caught what you said. Your sister, I 100% agree. Oh, thank you, oh no. Moses had the divine foresight to be able to write about his own death, right? It's called the Torah, the Ten Commandments was written by Moses. The Yahwehist? Oh no. That's the, wow. I didn't know there was Yahweh in the Bible. Anyway, chat. We got to do the Ethan content. I'm sorry. I just wanted to catch up with chat. Ethan Klein, H3 Productions, H3 Podcast. God damn it. I got to figure out how to set this up better because like, I want to have time to go over.
When we played that game, I was pretty fair about like, this is dumb.
Oh my God. So this is Twitcher terrorists, right? That he's talking about. This is the middle of the Frogan thing. We have 20 minutes left. Oh my God.
Really prove anything. You know, I was pretty.
This is what I mean. I'm bitching about this now as I'm taking out the last little time that we have. Because like what I'm saying is that like, you know, we hit the sub goal, but now there's 18 minutes left, and I don't know. I'm trying to look. Here's the deal. I'm trying to arrange this chat so that we win, right? That's my goal, is that we win, right? We get the bonus content. We get to spend time dissecting that stuff, and but
pretty much like dismissive of the game when we played it mostly. But that being said, I think this was a mistake to do, and obviously it doesn't look good.
Nope.
I wouldn't compare. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I wouldn't compare Hasan to Osama bin Laden. He's much worse. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
I'm just kidding. Playing a gag here. But I mean, the fact that you can even play a game when there's people on Twitch, by the way, who are not all, like, how many times do we have to point out the amount of people participating in this who are not Arab or Muslim? The fact that you can even play a game where it's hard to tell, like, did a terrorist say this or a Twitch streamer say this, I think is kind of sad. But that being said, I can see why people perceive this as being like Islamophobic.
I mean, the timer's not absolute, chat. Anything that happens on Twitch, if somebody follows me, if somebody resubscribes, if somebody uses a Twitch Prime or gift subs, that like adds time to, so it's not absolute in that it can, like, you know, time can be added with those things, but
especially out of context with it being like, oh, I'm comparing Hasan and Osama bin Laden, which it's just the landing page. There was no comparison there.
I do want to make it meaningful though.
Post on the left, like you were saying, you were talking to him specifically. I think why this, you know, offended a lot of people was because for so long, you know, Muslims are referred to as homophobic and stuff. These cultures are referred, you know, my culture, they're referred to as being homophobic as an excuse to just be like,
oh my God, I just want to talk to chat. Chat's saying interesting stuff. Bivas says the Thai version of Black Mirror, Tomorrow and I, that's what it's called on Netflix. I'm going to have to watch this. Is a fun examination of Thai society. It might make her feel better about Thailand. Neat. Yeah, I'll try to watch some of that. Chat is bringing up really interesting stuff, right? Kelly Voicer X says Yahweh is, let's say YHWH, right, is the unpronounceable name. Yeah, and that's why there's no certainty about how it would be pronounced if it were to be pronounced. It's designed to not be pronounced, though, and that's why you'll sometimes hear, you know, Jewish people say like G-D instead of, you know, in the Christianity I was brought up in, we say God, right? But in Judaism, you know, a lot of times you don't say God, you say G-D, and just like YHWH is written specifically to be unpronounceable or to not tell you what the vowels are in between the consonants, in other words, right? And the idea is that God is so great and so expansive that you can't just call him up. You can't at him, right? You can't at God, right? Which would be what you do by pronouncing his name. So it's written that way to be, you know, that God is not like your. I had my teacher, you know, in Catholic school explain to me, God is not a cosmic bellhop, right? He's not at your service, right? Which is kind of funny because I feel like Christianity kind of does have this concept of God. God, I'd really like to do super well in my volleyball tournament this year. Last year didn't go so well. And I really would hope that you'd help me. You'd interfere with the sporting event that, you know, it's just like we pray to God for everything, right? And you know, it's a very, very different mentality than not being able to even pronounce the name of God.
Discriminately bombed by like America and a bunch of other, you know, and a bunch of other conflicts as well. So yeah, you were talking about him specifically, and I know you didn't mean it in that way, but that's why I feel like so many people got offended by it. Because these cultures aren't able to advance and grow because of what.
Yo, Velociraptor, thank you for following.
I did not say that, hey, Muslims hate gay people, so what are you doing?
Right.
I didn't say that.
Right.
I was being very specific about Hamas, who's a militant jihadist group.
Yeah.
That believes.
George Jackson says it's like Cthulhu. Yeah, it's like Beetlejuice, whose name I must not say 2 more times or else he'll actually show up. Let's see if I want to let's roll it back because I feel like is this AB like disagreeing with Ethan?
Specifically, I think why this, you know, offended a lot of people was
Twitch and Terrace. This is AB's explained to Ethan why a lot of people were offended by him playing Twitch or Terrace, which, yeah, the landing page is like, you know, got Hasan and bin Laden.
Because for so long, you know, Muslims are referred to as homophobic and stuff. These cultures are my culture, they're referred to as being homophobic as an excuse to just be like indiscriminately bombed by like America and a bunch of other, you know, and a bunch of other conflicts as well. So yeah, you were talking about him specifically, and I know you didn't mean it in that way, but that's why I feel like so many people got offended by it. Because these cultures aren't able to advance and grow because of what they're subject to.
Sure.
Yeah.
I did not say that.
And what AB said is very similar to what Hasan's idea of the universality of hogs are. You know, this is part of his discourse on the universality of hogs. Right, that is the My Ruby Pearl. Thank you for is that a Steven Universe reference, by the way? Thank you for the follow. One simple trick that Ethan hates: challenging anything true. Wait, what was I talking about? Oh my god, chat, I got distracted. Oh yeah, this is where AB is echoing. Actually, I don't know if he's meaning to, but it's something that Hasan says too. Right, that every culture has its hogs. What do we mean by hogs? People that are socially regressive, people that are socially reactionary. Right, every culture has them. And what makes hogs less prevalent? People having their material conditions, you know, attended to. People having enough to feed themselves, enough to shelter themselves, enough to clothe themselves, enough to live a good life with some dignity, right? That's what downplays the role of hogs in any society. What's going on in Gaza right now? What's going on in Palestine? What's going on in a lot of the, in a lot of the Muslim world is intervention, by the United States, intervention by Israel, right? That is stripping away a lot of their people's ability to attain those material needs and ability to maintain some sort of dignity. And with that, what we see is an upregulation of the prominence of hogs, socially regressive people in culture, right? So by virtue of the oppression, of the Palestinian people by Israel, those forces of social conservatism become, more centered. And if a society is going to make progress and get past that, right, it's going to need to be able to take care of the material needs of its people, and it's going to need to be able to maintain some dignity and self-determination. At least that's what I'm interpreting here from what AB is saying.
Hey, Muslims hate gay people, so what are you doing?
Right.
I didn't say that.
Right.
I was being very specific about Hamas, who's a militant jihadist group that believes that homosexuality is a punishable by death. Right? Let alone doing sex work. You're not going to find many sex workers in Gaza, probably, or at least openly. Sure, I get that. I think a lot of people exploited this in bad faith, though, also, who like know what I'm saying, that point I'm making, and try to, because I see this paraded around like constantly. She goes, there are so many examples of you being Islamophobic. Anyway, here's three like really weird, like here's two kind of, in my opinion, weak ones, and one that doesn't even fucking make sense. Oh, we found the context of the one she pulled. Let's see. Thank you. That's all I have to say. So if you think Hamas is dope, just remember that you even more. I don't know. Let me see what I'm talking about. Am I talking about her? We all deserve to be burned alive because of what our daughter, who I'm sure has the same exact politics as him, was fucking kidnapped and all of her friends killed in front of her. Oh yeah, it's all this. Yeah, I'm just responding to horrific Twitter takes, which I'm so glad I'm off. She wasn't raped. She wasn't abused. She was in Gaza and safely drinking a bottle of water. She was taken as a bargaining chip to free thousands of Palestinians whom Israel detains without charges. This girl was taken by...
Do you want to speak to the Israeli abduction of Palestinians, of thousands of Palestinians? Which is a regular practice? You want to speak to that, or are we just going to let that like fall by the way? We're just going to ignore that, right? By accusing her to be of being callous to the plight of this woman. What are we even reading? Oh my God, chat. What is this, a Frogan? Is he responding to Frogan here? Oh my God. I'm so confused. I think it's a Frogan's video that he's watching, right? But
I don't know. Let me see what I'm talking about. Am I talking about her?
It's from Frogan's video, I think.
We all deserve to be burned alive because of what our daughter, who I'm sure has the same exact politics as him, was fucking kidnapped and all of her friends killed in front of her. Oh yeah, it's all this. Yeah, I'm just responding to horrific Twitter takes, which I'm so glad I'm off.
Okay, so not Frogan, but somebody else.
She wasn't raped. She wasn't abused. She was in Gaza and safely drinking a bottle of water. She was taken as a bargaining chip to free thousands of Palestinians whom Israel detains without charges. This girl was taken by these sweet...
So, chat, I don't want anybody to be kidnapped, you know? But the fact that Ethan isn't noticing that the thousands of Palestinians being kidnapped on the daily, right? And is only concerned about, you know, this girl, like, right? It's telling.
Love Hamas, and they gave her a bottle of...
And yeah, like the problem is that Israel is detaining innocent Palestinians in great numbers every fucking day.
Water, you guys. That's great. That's so kind. Her boyfriend is still in captivity, by the way, and she witnessed people dying in captivity. And obviously she was kidnapped from the Nova massacre. So let's chill out a little bit on how well she's doing. And that's her husband, by the way, who's being taken at gunpoint, probably murdered. Still in captivity. And by the way, Hamas says they're going to start murdering civilians one at a time on TV. So I'm sure they're going to take really good care of her. Like Hamas is some kind of...
There we go. There's more of the Hamas equals ISIS. And remember what that's designed to do. Remember what that's designed to do, right? If you set up Hamas as an enemy that must be eliminated to the person, you set up eternal warfare against the Palestinian people. That is what that propaganda is designed to do. This is what Ethan is doing. He's repeating it, right? And whether he recognizes the significance of it or not is actually not important. Is actually not important because the purpose that he's serving here is one of propaganda.
Of humanitarians that follow like rules of engagement. It's just crazy. I don't know. To me, am I wrong? I mean, that's fucked up. It's like, why are you liking that? You know what? Hold on. Is just
whitewashing Hamas.
Let me, God damn it.
She's fine.
Let me speed this up so I don't.
Kelly Voicer asks, so Hamas is the good guys? Where are you getting this? Where did who the fucking like Disneyland version of morality where there's good guys and bad guys? Where you get it? Who did I say that? Did I imply anywhere that things were that simple? So if they're not the bad guys, they must be the good guys. Is that how anything fucking works in life?
We're watching this. I just want to see the whole context of it.
It's crazy. Yeah, they dragged her away. Her boyfriend's missing. He was dragged away right in front of her. Was she paraded around dead? No, I don't think that was her, but there was another girl whose body was just basically, people were celebrating and dancing around her corpse and just dragging it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not celebrating that. I'm not celebrating anything like that. And so like, oh yeah, this was another weird story. 23andMe got hacked and people specifically obtained Ashkenazi Jew data. Did you see that story?
We talked about it on Friday. I think you were maybe drunk
Okay,
at
yeah,
the time.
that's why I don't remember.
They're gonna come right to my doorstep, dude.
It was like
Crystal knocked.
right after
That's
poor
weird.
Zach submitted his 23andMe data. It was like right after.
They know.
I feel like, you know, like Hamas is something that I would include in those forces of like social conservatism that I just described, the universality of hogs. Does that sound like I was presenting them as the good guys?
They know. I mean, isn't that weird? How are you supposed to feel about that as an Ashkenazi Jew?
But at the same time, like a force that is resurgent and is empowered because of how the Palestinian people are being treated by Israel. So if you want to stop, if you want like, you know, for Palestine to be able to move forward, in terms of social progress, right? You got to take the IDF boot off the neck of the Palestinians. That's the first step, right? If you try to concentrate on like, we must eliminate all of Hamas, right? Which is what this is the propaganda Ethan's serving here. Then you're locked into eternal warfare, right? Whose ultimate goal is the elimination, whether by ethnic cleansing or by literal genocide, or by literal, killing of the Palestinian people, right? That's what this propaganda of Hamas equals ISIS, that's what the point that's serving. It's important to be able to see the difference between Hamas and ISIS. It's important to be able to track how propaganda works in the Western world and how its goal is to seek to dehumanize other people to enable the United States to, conduct warfare against them. It's or through Israel as a proxy.
This DNA database and only took information about Ashkenazi Jews.
The shit I've heard the last months is just nothing surprises me anymore.
Yeah, well, actually, you're hallucinating it. You're a crazy, paranoid Jew.
I am.
Just in your head.
It's just in my head.
According to Ian, he says, I'm sure anti-Semitism is a thing in your head.
Yeah. That's terrifying.
Yeah, and Israel said they're leveling Gaza. Yeah, and so when the fuck I've been saying that that's psychotic too. So then, because the government of Israel is psychotic, barbaric freaks, okay, then you're going to be like...
Careful, Ethan, you're getting a little too close to calling out the IDF and Israeli government's wanton violence in Gaza. Careful there.
Hamas... So you can say, then it's cool what Hamas is doing. What's the point of saying that?
Wait, I'm sorry. The genocide. So I feel like the genocide.
March super chatted $6.65. Israel intentionally destroyed all left-wing resistance, as they saw Hamas as a more useful enemy.
There you go. Yeah, it serves as a propagandistic purpose, right? It's part of, Netanyahu's strategy for a socially regressive group to be at the tip of the spear of the resistance, and that's what that is, right? The reason the resistance does not have like the heroic, socially forward, you know, kind of aesthetics that we would prefer to see if we're looking at the world through like Disneyland ass ideals. I'm sorry I had to call this out, but like the good guys and the bad guys, that shit is for movies. That's not the real world. There's not good guys and there's not bad guys. There's human fucking beings, all right? And there is a dynamic that when a people are oppressed, resistance will emerge. And very likely with, you know, the form it will take is not going to be, you know, a socially progressive form, right? So no, that does not equate to them being the good guys. The question is, where's the inflection point? If you want to stop the killing, what do you change? Where do you put pressure? And my opinion is you put pressure on Israel to stop. To stop running, you know, Gaza as an open air prison, to stop enacting apartheid against the Palestinian people, to enfranchise these people whose country they've fucking taken up residence in, allowing them to vote, allowing them full citizenship in a singular, secular, democratic government. That is the only path forward that I see. The idea of blaming the genocide that is happening right now on Gaza on Hamas, right, is playing right into the hands of the people conducting the fucking genocide, the hands of the people putting bullets in babies' brains. God damn it. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not supposed to yell in my apartment building. That's
Yeah, Israel does bad stuff too. Right. So what is the point of saying that? You're trying to justify Hamas killing people. Sorry.
Oh my God, chat. Do we really have 26 seconds left?
I'm speeding up more.
That's it.
Oh my gosh. Here's what we got to do.
I'm too comfortable just being pro-terrorist right now. Makes me want to puke.
Sorry we ran out of time, chat. There's more of this to look at. You can see AB kind of pushing back on Ethan, and Ethan not taking the criticism very well. Let me go ahead and once again thank my Patreons, who I appreciate very much. Everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos before they come out with in an uncensored sort of way, you know, with all of the F words that I say still left intact, and you know, sometimes some extra scenes because I haven't gotten around to editing those things down for brevity. At the $5 level and greater, you also get a fancy shout out. So let me go ahead and do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shaxby, shouts out to Sarah Anderson, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Crystal Safira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Jessica Bell, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zero Xerix, to Rachel K, to Omega Star. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe and you know, keeping the chat going on an even kilter. Sorry I had to end so quickly. Again, I'm trying to balance out the whole the whole timer for Twitch with the bonus goal. You know, it's just a fact that a facet of the bonus goal getting hit late in the stream that left us with precious little time to go over that. It is important that I sort of limit the amount of time, because otherwise I get super, you know, into this and I just end up I just end up kind of streaming longer than I intend to. So part of the clock is supposed to keep me, you know, just like streaming for a reasonable amount of times, but also it gives you the chance, it gives Twitch the chance, because I feel like Twitch is coming back strong, right? The numbers on Twitch are higher than they've been in a long time. And, you know, Twitch is really coming into its own, right? So now Twitch has the power to extend the stream for longer. So, but yeah, I'll try to keep balancing it, chat, because like I said, the goal of this is not to take content away. The goal of this is to give content, you know, to, and to keep the stream sustainable, keep the stream going to, help me maintain a little bit. It's not so much a work-life balance, chat, because as a YouTuber at this level, it's all work. Work is winning, right? There's no life, right? To make a YouTube channel work, to at this level, it's more about the work and less about the life at this point. But really, at this point, it's more of a streaming, editing sort of balance that we're trying to keep here. Because I would if you've noticed, I haven't put a video out in a while because I've been too busy. The idea is to have some time for actually editing the videos and for those to come out for the pledge to the Patreons at the $3 level and above to be able to get those videos before anyone else to actually mean something, because it only means something when I'm able to put the videos out. So anyway, I have stayed on for way too long. I am in danger of turning into a pumpkin at this point. And so I better get off, but much love to everybody in chat. We'll continue the conversation tomorrow and hopefully finish up this Ethan Klein stuff, because there's more good stuff in here. Sorry for sunlocking on so many interesting topics brought up by chatters. And I'm sorry that we don't have whoa. Phonograph, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Part of my country being part of the ICC and seeing the situation for what it is, yeah, that is laudable. I think we in the US have to stop Congress and the war machine from sending weapons there. That's what I'm saying. That's the inflection point, right? Palestinians tried peaceful protesting. They were sniped by oh yeah, the what oh my god, why can't I not remember the name of that event right now? The march, what is it called? Palestine March of Return. That's what I thought, right? March of Return. In March of 2018. America is just the security and arms on the block to let the profits and resources flow into the region and destabilize it. In franchise, yes, one person, one vote. Look, I mean, that's my idea. Right, there's not a lot of good solutions. People talk about a two-state solution. People talk about a one-state solution. In reality, you've got effectively one state, and it's an apartheid state, and it is a fucking hellhole, right? It is a, it's an open-air prison in Gaza. It is a very brutal apartheid situation in Israel proper and in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, right? Netanyahu brags about having defeated the two-state solution. The two-state solution was always what was held out in front of, the Palestinians of, you could maybe have your own state if, you play your cards right. And every time that the negotiations came in, they were met with a poison pill. That's the reason that Arafat did not agree to those negotiations. They weren't negotiations in good faith. The Palestinians never had a partner in peace on the other side of things. But yeah, it's a fucked up situation, and that's just my opinion of how it would be solved. The inflection point is Israel, not Hamas or whatever, and the and the United States being Israel's enabler, right, is a great inflection point if you are an American citizen. Can we get one more light to get to 100? I wonder. The Great March of Return, yeah, is right. Is what I was looking at. Anyway, chat, I have stayed on way too long, but thanks for hanging out. And this was a really, I don't know. I've been really enjoying the interaction with chat lately, right? I've been really getting a lot out of chat. And again, I think my lucky stars to have a community that is this engaged, because a lot of streamers don't. A lot of streamers at the size that I'm at would have a much slower moving chat. And I have a fast moving chat. It causes me to have to prioritize and answer one chat and not the other. And that's always sad for me, because I want to be able to talk to everyone. But looking at the possibilities. It's a good problem to have. It just means that there's a very engaged community out there with a lot to add to the stream, and I am grateful to that. Anyway, much love, everyone. I keep on hitting my. I gotta put my computer somewhere else because like I'm constantly hitting my elbow. I'm constantly hitting. There's like a counter right here that really hurts when I raise my arms and I hit my elbow. Anyway, I will talk to you all again tomorrow, and until then.